Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 11th. My name is Barry. Thank you, William. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see me or see my screen. So William has already said yes a couple of times, and Torty, thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. Well, guys, yeah, so those CPI numbers came out. Now, I'm confused because I thought what we want is high unemployment or higher unemployment, and that would cause the market to go up. But the market popped and then it dropped. So, I'm completely confused about that. Anyway, all we can do is trade what we see. So, W, I was expecting like a lot of these would actually look like this now, okay? We had that big pop with the SPY and then this drop, but I'm not seeing that. I mean, W is still up. I think a firm is still up. A lot of those that just ran on those, yeah, I mean, a firm's still up. Is Run still up? Yeah, they're all still up. They haven't really dropped yet anyway with that SPY drop. So interesting action to say the least. So let's see what else has happened. Lots happening. BDRX. These got nothing to do with the SPY. Trading higher for the company. Reported 12-month phase 2 trial. So that is the news for BDRX. Pretty low float, 10 million in the float for the UK stock. Yeah, before I start talking about some of the other ones, let's take a look at Delta. First of all, let's take a look at Jets, okay? Delta released earnings this morning. So let's take a look at Jets, JETS, the ETF for the airline sector, and you can see the impact that Delta has had on the overall sector. So let's take a look specifically. In fact, look at the 200-day moving average now, JETS. Look at the 200-day moving average, that blue line you see on my daily chart, approaching it. Let's take a look at Delta specifically. Delta had earnings this morning and reaction not good. And the same thing, look at the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look at United. I'm sure they're all going to be doing about the same thing. Yeah, they're all approaching the 200-day moving average. I shouldn't say all. I've looked at two of them. Let's take a look at American Airlines. American Airlines might even be under. Yeah, American Airlines has been, of the major airlines anyway, that I can see, if you look at United and Delta and American, they are still way under that 200-day moving average. I mean, way under. So that is the airline. Those are the airlines. VLCN, see if VLCN is still up there. Yeah, it's hanging in. Now, I have to check that float. We have 250,000 shares in the float. This is the Okay, I don't quite understand this news. Pre-market following UBS's group's buy. Oh, I see. No, I still don't understand the news. UBS's group's buy-sell transactions. Anyway, okay, so we're in the ballpark draw. Okay, I don't have to check that other site. Whether it's 250,000 or 320,000, we're in the ballpark. I mean, just crazy, crazy low. So that's VLCN. What was the one that had the deal with Volkswagen? Shoot. We're about to write that down. I know there's one that had the deal with Volkswagen. QS, that's the one. Now, QS, if you recall, several weeks ago, quite a while ago, actually, at the beginning of the year, QS went crazy. And I think that was the first time that they had announced that deal with Volkswagen, trying to develop I think a battery that's going to last like, tens of thousands of miles. I mean, that would be the goal, of course, and I think now, so here's the deal. QS shares rise on Volkswagen deal to mass produce EV batteries. Okay. And this agreement supersedes a previous joint venture between Volkswagen and QS to co-manufacture batteries. And I think that was the announcement here. But I think they had done some kind of a test, and I mean, it's It's not in production, obviously, but some tests they had done, maybe somebody can correct me or help me on this, that, the battery lasted like thousands and thousands of miles. Anyway, that is QS. Now, QS is not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats. So that is 364 million in the float for QS. Big pop. Took a look at this news again. Okay, so all these headlines. Now, William, you mentioned NNVC that you could not seem to find any headline in your paid news service. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I've got Reuters, I've got Dow Jones, I've got this is all from Interactive Brokers, of course, Access Wire. And what they're trying to do is create the all-in-one vaccine. Okay, multiple respiratory virus infections. That popped up to 225, 235, is pulled back, probably a low float, 11 million in the float. Oh, I see, was on your paid services. Got to read your remarks better. Okay, it was on your paid services, not on. Yeah, I mean NNVC for me. Lots and lots of headlines on that. All right, let's keep going. See if some of these have held their gains. The question, Captain, was the initial excitement way back, maybe beginning of this year with QS and Volkswagen. I think they had tested some battery that had projected to go. I'm going to make a number of 50,000 miles on a charge, some crazy number, crazy number. Not in production yet, but that would be, the ultimate goal. Who knows, 10 years from now, 100 years from now. Thank you very much. 310,000 miles. There we go. All right, BSFC. So what has it done? 341. It's pulled back $1. I'm looking to see if there's any news today on that. The last news I see, this was on the 8th. Oh, I see. I thought it was on one charge. Well, I thought it was on one charge, but wasn't there something on one charge that allowed like a huge, way over the current number? Anyway, so anyway, here's BFC. I don't see any news today on it. AEHL. Let's see if AEHL is still here. Well, let's take a look at this one, HSCS. So that just popped also. That just popped, guys. I didn't have that on my list, but that just popped right now. And is another low float, guys. Okay. Draw. What's the float? We have 646,000. I don't know if you've looked at that one already. Announces the notice of allowance from the US PTO for IP on detection of LB, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, it's a AI play. Oh, look. I don't expect you to do everything, just most things. So HSCS, and we have a float of, about 650,000. So it's about the same. Okay. It is the same, 650,000. So that is the low float, guys. That is a low float. 650,000. The next high, if it can break through this. I mean, I know it's got $1 to go. What did it do this morning? I actually got all the way up there. If it can somehow take that out, I mean, look at the potential on this. Okay, Captain, maybe I was wrong. I thought it had increased range, though. That was the big deal that I thought I remembered, but I guess my memory is a little sketchy on that one. HSCS, guys. So I don't know. This is a U.S. patent for AE-ECG assessment of the left and the right ventricular heart dysfunction. Not just the left, but both of them. So let's see how much this pulls back. I mean, the VWAP is 646, so it's below the VWAP. I've got to put that one. I got to thumbnail that one just in case it does something crazy today. All right, let me take a look at W. I want to see if W has come back at all. No, you know what, guys? I mean, so W, I don't know if it's trading on its own or if it's just still maintaining this SPY pop. It's over the 200-day moving average. I don't see any specific news on it. Let me take a look at the other one, AFRM, that popped on the SPY news. Still high. I mean, interesting. Now, they did have some specific news, okay? They did have some specific news. Well, finally, it's about darn time. Rona partners with a firm to bring Canadians a more flexible way to pay for home improvement supplies. Rona is sort of the Canadian version of Home Depot. We have a Rona right around where we live. We go there quite a bit, actually. So that's nice to know. Not that I'm going to use, but that is the news. It must be more news, though, because I mean, the Canadian market can't be that big for a firm. But so anyway, a firm had news on its own. It wasn't just all about the SPY pop. The only one I didn't talk about, I think, was CYN. CYN. Yeah, so it's given up quite a bit now, guys. 745, right down to 5 now. This is a low float, 1.3 million in the float. So I'm not sure I understand quite this tie-in. It says with more than $1 billion in annual sales, Alta Equipment Group joins this company, SCYN's dealer network. Okay. I mean, I understand I can read, but and on the 9th, they had this notice of allowance for its 21st US patent. That was on the 9th. That was for CYN. Really didn't do much on that news. And boy, this LBPH has just been wonderful for me, guys. There's another group. Baird is raising it to $60. And I'm still remembering, was it Cowan? Somebody with a $90. Oh, 914. Better take a look at the sectors. So click on file. Okay, guys. So these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, about 50%. So what that means is about 50% of the stocks are above yesterday's close. Looking for some kind of an outlier. Not seeing anything in any of the sectors. So what I mean by that is, some sector that, 81% are up. Maybe there's one though that's way down within the sector. I'm not seeing that. I don't know what KYE is. KYE, the insurance, no, one share. Okay. Now we saw the solar stocks. Yeah, we saw Sedge, SEDG. We saw Run. We saw the solar stocks on a tear, and it seemed to be working with the market. But all like so many stocks did this, but I haven't seen the same drop. So the solar stocks on a bit of a tear. Gold or silver? I don't see silver. Metals. All right, guys. So just want to make sure. Avi says he has no sound in the main room. I'm pretty sure I have not muted myself. So I just want to make, okay. So, oh, you got sound. Okay. Remember, I don't talk all the time. Okay. All the time. This is not the radio. I did put myself on mute when I loaded my other layout. Mr. Tank, good morning. I just want to draw your attention to my to Stantec. Oh my goodness. Still hanging in there near the highs, all-time highs. Yeah. Boy, Affirm. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? It's just because of bringing me, Canadians, more flexible way to pay for home improvement at Rona. That's the reason for Affirm. Bezavi, yes, there is. I'm talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room. What is the issue? Maybe I can help, but Chris will do sometimes why don't you, okay, can you come into the other room? You know how to do that? Come into the other room and give me a link, your cloud link for it. You can't do it in YouTube. That's the problem. You give me your cloud link and I'll see if I get data. Okay. If you can do that, here's the link to get into the room. And you do have a green ball. You're definitely connected. You definitely are connected. You've got a green. I just gave you the link right above where you just said, how do I come into the other room? I just put the link above you, okay, where you just wrote that. And there's Upstart too. I mean, this I'm really surprised. I'm really surprised at this action. We have Upstart, we have Affirm. Again, Affirm, okay, has some specific news. We'll call it specific news to it. But a lot of these stocks that popped at 8:30 are still maintaining their gains. This link doesn't work. This is what you should see. It works for me. You just have to. I just clicked on it, Elena. I just clicked on it. This is what you should see. You got to fill this out. Not sure why it doesn't work. I mean, I literally just clicked on that link. When I click on the link, this is what I get, and that's what you should see. And you just fill it out, and then you can come into the main room. I'm not sure how to help then if you cannot open the page. When you say you cannot open the page, what do you mean by that? So you get to this page, and when you fill it out and you sign in, I mean, I don't. If this is broken, then I have no explanation. Usually, when I put that link in, people can it doesn't pose a problem. Okay, guys. Now, yeah, UPST is just continuing its march up. I don't see any specific news for it. Can somebody else try maybe in YouTube if you want to try to get into the other room? If it's not working, I don't know how to help, Elena. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. I can. Yeah. If you go here, let me just pop my home or the TI homepage. Maybe try from here. I'll explain how to do it. Okay. So clicking on my homepage link, and it says trading room right there. Maybe that'll work better. It's already out. Well, here was the initial reaction, Isaiah. Huge pop, but then afterwards, a drop, which has not seemed to affect most of the stocks that popped because of that. And now it's starting to recover a bit. So that was the reaction originally for those CPI numbers that came out at 8:30. So there are some other earnings plays, guys. All right. Well, then you can go to support. You see there's a tab that says support. You can just go to that one and you can put the link in there and I'll see if it loads for me. Okay. Hurry though, because the market's going to be opening. So Conagra also is an earnings play, guys. CAG initial reaction was down 26.89, and now it is popping back up. That is CAG. MEI is an earnings play. MEI is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet. They did release earnings pre-market. Again, not a lot of volume yet. Okay, guys, I better get my layout that I'm going to be using once this market opens up and running. All right, guys, give me a moment as I adjust things on my other monitors. Hmm. Okay, and one last adjustment, get all this down a little bit. Okay, I'm set to go now. Just waiting for this market to open. Now, if you have our AI, guys, I say this every day. This is all I would watch, just this screen right here called Strategy Trades All. You can load it from here if you click on New from the toolbar. And we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you're going to see. No alerts until at least 9:40. That is by design. Okay, not that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get an alert at 9:40, but that's the earliest. The other thing I would make sure you do is that filter box. Make sure it says none. If you've got this profitable trades, I would uncheck it. Okay, I would want to see the alerts all day long, regardless of whether they're profitable or not. Okay, because sometimes they set up at a lower price than the original alert price. You wouldn't see that if you've only got it if you've got that profitable checked. So waiting for a link, Bezavi. So better hurry. The market's going to open. Okay, well, let's pretend this was your top list window. Okay, I just want the one window. I don't want the entire layout. Okay, just right click, save or share to cloud. Okay, say save or share. Click on save or share, and then you share, and then paste it in. Control V it. Once you've done that, then Control V it into which you're pasting it into the. You'll paste that link in. Okay, so again, your top list window, right click, save or share to cloud, click on save and share. So now you've sort of copied the link, and then Control V will paste it in. What did I say about filters? Can I say that about the filters? I'm not sure what I said about the filters. Oh, here. Make sure it says none. Okay, that's a little down arrow. A lot of times the default is to have a checked profitable trades. I would uncheck anything that's checked here. I would uncheck it so that that filter says none. Okay. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys. Let's take a look at some of the ones that are moving right now. Oops. Hey, my races haven't started for some reason. Ooh. Okay. Make sure. Interesting. I don't see it. I don't see the link. I don't know where you put it. I don't see. There's specific stocks only tab. There's a general market tab. There's a support questions tab, and I don't see the link, Bezavi. Sorry. All right, we have our first halt of the day, and that is BDRX, and this got halted on the way down. You'll see the link. Okay, you'll see it yourself. I mean, it's just like a post. You know, like you'll see the link if you've done it correctly. All right, Dawn now. Dawn is something that I've been waiting on to see if it can really take out this 15 level because it's got some room. 1632. But how much volume is it? Yeah, not much volume yet. Look at United Airlines guy, UAL, sitting right on that 200-day moving average now, right on it. My guess is now Jets is below it. So I see that Bitcoin is having as we speak anyway, a bit of a surge here, Bitcoin, but it's pulled back somewhat. That was the 830 number. Okay, that's 830. So Bitcoin popped with the SPY, pulled back somewhat. All right, guys, CYN. Now I've had a big pullback. Again, the float is very low, 1.3 million, and a big pullback. It's making a market high now. You know what, Bezavi, if you can't seem to do it, I'll just have to send you to our homepage, okay? And you can request somebody to take a look, okay? Where it says need help, click on the need help, and then they ask the question and all that, okay? If you can't seem to post your link, you'll know it's sent though, Bezavi. If you see it, you know, if you're in the room, understand you can't do it in YouTube. You can't do it in YouTube. You know that. That's what I'm trying to say. You cannot do it in YouTube. You have to be in the other room. But anyway, maybe you're going to have to just go to our homepage and request a remote. I'd love to be able to see it, but not much more I can do if you can't seem to get me the link. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at some. Take a look at big. This is big lots. Wow. Yeah, still in the works. I'm not sure. We're hoping this week, but I guess not. Maybe next week, Lisa. I think the issue we've got, like go no go works in terms of the charting, of course. It's the billing, okay, because it will be an add-on. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't, as you guys know, who've been in this room since 2015, I rarely do this, but this just was a wild hunch on my part with the LBPH. Yeah, so it's the billing, okay? We have to, it's to get that set in place so when people want to take it, because it's going to be an add-on, and I think that's just what has to be worked on is to get the billing done correctly. Okay, NAAS from yesterday. Let's see what it's doing now. So the high got up to 647 yesterday, so it's making a market high, but yeah, I mean it's still up 14% at a big pullback. It was very choppy yesterday. Why? Why I? Why I? How much volume? Actually, great volume. 720,000 shares. Not sure what's happening with this one. Why I? So this one I think got halted on the way down. Yeah. This is the one I thought maybe would be the crazy, crazy one today. But yeah, it was crazy to begin, but it's completely and utterly given it up. So it doesn't look one. BDRX. Well, that was halted on the way down. Actually, it might have been halted on the way up, but it gave it up. All right. Well, look at this KZIA. So this is now officially over $1. Okay. I mean, it's still this morning. It got down to 75 cents or so, and started 2 days ago at 28 cents. Unbelievable. 123 now. Had some news. Had some news yesterday. Okay, guys. Zap. Looks like Zap is not over either. I got this one thumbnail. That's why I see it. So let's take a look at Zap this morning. ZAPP. 1038. So it's up a little bit. All right. Is this halted on the way up or halted on the way down? So we're getting these halts on the way down now. VLCN halted on the way down. And now this got halted on the way up. KZIA just got halted on the way up. Wow. Well, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could this thing go? So 138, the next high is 139. So 139. So it's at right there. And then the next high in the monthly chart is 168. If it takes that out, next high 256, and then your fantasy level way up here. So first thing is let's take a look at where it could open. And this is, might give me an opportunity to take this trade depending how it does when it comes out. So there's the halt, 138. Potential open is this right-hand column here, 138, 138. So it's really not giving us a big clue as to where it could open. So my goal, my hope would be that maybe when it opens, maybe it pops a little bit above the halt price, maybe drops down below it and then comes back through it. And that'll get me into the trade more than likely, but it may not do that. And again, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:46 plus 10 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. And that's typically what they are. Again, guys, I'll be watching my don't repeat, the gap continuation or reversal scan. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. Again, by design, put a delay of any alerts until 9:45. Well, Shady, there's your SOUN actually hitting RAI. So let's take a look at SOUN. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? So yeah, so 594, 637. So it takes out 594. 637 is the next high in the weekly. If it can somehow get through that, then you're looking at 9. So again, we're not saying it's going to make these areas. I'm just looking to see what sort of resistance there is based on looking left and where the next highs are. That's all I'm doing. Zap, guys. Zap over 10 now. Way over 10 now. Now, the next high looking left is up here at 1334. That was yesterday's high. So it does have room. This got halted a few times yesterday. Look at this market action at the beginning. That was probably no, it wasn't the SPY. That's 430. Don't know what happened here. Oh, this is this plant. This is this SPAC guy. So I kind of disregard it. This got halted a few times yesterday, I believe. All right. Well, let's see where this one could open, guys. Again, no big clue here. 138. That's very. I doubt if it's going to open there. But anyway, there's the KZIA. It's halted, and it should open in 9 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt, a 5-minute halt. And let's see what happens. And it just opened a little bit above 142. A little bit above still. Can it take this out? Can it move down below that a little bit? Hasn't really popped much. I mean, it's it's up. Well, maybe it's going now 149, 150. Remember the halt was at 139. I'm sorry, 138, but it hasn't really popped that much. Hmm. It is below the price now of the halt price, but I'm surprised it did not pop much. Yeah, the action's a little bit strange here for it's a low float, right? Well, 27 million. I mean, it's not crazy low, but it's certainly low. Okay, guys, MEI. This is an earnings play, not a lot of earnings plays coming into maybe a little resistance, but this is, remember yesterday we had that one earnings play that was really good, all SGH. And yes, I can show you now. It is an AI play. The alert was at $12. Okay, guys. Well, it's starting to move now. KZIA. It did meet my requirements, but I've got to pay real attention to it. Come on, pop, 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 pop. I'm struggling to hold on to this. Where's the on the monthly chart? Where could it go? Yeah, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 168, so that could be a little resistance. Yeah, guys, I'm out of it. I'm out of this. I don't like the way it's trading. I may look at it again at 158. May just a pittance on this. I would have thought it would really, really explode. It met the requirements. It did go down below the 139, and then it hung over that 140 for a bit. But I don't like the way it's trading, so I'm out of it. Well, I'm talking about exploding from the halt, though. Anyway, moving on. All right, let's take a look at some of these races and what's happened. So there's the zap that pretty choppy to start, up to 1049, back down to 991. ISPC, where is that one? I don't see that one anywhere. ISPC. Oh, that's why. So I may start to see it that it's over 50 cents now, but okay, guys. Verna, let's say Verona. Let's take a look at Verona. Wow, Verona on the move here. Really didn't do too much in the pre-market. Market open and it just exploded. VRNA. Come on, me. Me's acting like the little bit like the SGH from yesterday, guys. Earnings play, not too many of them. Yeah, Ganx, GANX, guys. So the next high looking left, the fantasy. Wow, that's not that far away. It's not the next high looking left, but if it can break through 146 somehow, what's the float? 24 million. Not a huge float, but look at this 147. If you can take that out, it's got a ton of room. That is GANX. Whoa, man, oh man, was this ever a gap up on reversal for Alcoa? Okay, so Peter, well, it depends. I mean, obviously on momentum, 5 minute volume spikes, which is what this one does. The momentum, you get volume spikes in 1 minute and volume spikes in 5 minutes. Overall volume, I wouldn't look at volume today. I would look at always have relative volume, Peter. Always have relative volume. Okay. Because the relative volume is telling you if you consider yourself a day trader, you want to have high relative volume. This one 19 is high, obviously. I would say anything 3 and above, I would probably put in your filters. Because remember, it's a volume, that relative volume measures the volume up to the time of day. Okay, it's time of day sensitive. So let's call it 10 o'clock Eastern time. This is traded 19 times what it has normally done as a very simple explanation of the formula over the last 30 days. So that's what I'd be looking at. Guys, MEI, MEI. All of your day trading scans, Peter, should have the relative volume. Every one of them, in my opinion. Okay, maybe put a minimum of 3. But if you're looking for volume pops, I mean, stocks that are popping because volume came in like this, then, you can go to my homepage and you can have the momentum scan. One more pop. MEI now, guys. I mean, this is, let me take a look at it. On a weekly chart, so we're getting into 1253, 1258, 1275. So 1275, yeah, so it's kind of right there. That is the next high looking left. 1275. And then you've got 1273. If it can take out 1275, man, it's got room. Still got room. 1412 or so. Okay, guys, I've taken some of this off in case it cannot get through that 1275. Okay, that 1275, you can see it got up right to it and then it stopped. So I've taken some of the MAI off. MEI was an AI alert. I didn't take it there. I wish I'd taken it at 12. Didn't take it at 12. Okay, meanwhile, the market. So nothing's happening, guys. NAS is down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. So nothing's really happening in the major, well, with the SPY, Dow, and NAS anyway, in terms of big moves. Okay, very glad I did what I did with the MEI. Again, that 1270 looks like it's going to be tough resistance for a while anyway. Okay, now I'm keeping an eye on Shady Sound, SOUN. It's just got to get through 6, obviously, and next high looking left, 594, 637. All right, else. Okay, now this one just got halted. Okay, this could be the crazy one, guys. I mean, it only has 1 million in the float, according to our provider. Only 1 million in the float. So 450, it got halted at 450. Now looking left, 498 is a high. all sorts of little areas that could stall. Let's see, is there any news on this one that anybody could find? Look at the relative volume, 452. Ooh. Okay, guys, I've almost got too much going on. I'm trying to keep track of some of these alerts. Okay, somebody was mentioning, I think, was that you, Tank, and MLGO? Another one just absolutely screamed higher. It's pulling back now. 507 is the VWAP. So will the VWAP hold it? Will that be support? MLGO, let's see if was there any news on this one? Because this was a big one a couple of weeks ago, MLGO. Okay, guys, QS is interesting to me. It's come in a few alerts, including the gap up and go. QS 725. It's a little bit below that. Probably, I want to keep an eye on that one. QS had news, of course. Had news. The opening price could be 480. Okay. There's the halt 450. And it got halted at 10:01:06, so it could open in a couple of minutes if it's a 5-minute halt. So 472. So this looks like it should have an open above the current price, which is not going to give me, more than likely, not going to give me an opportunity to get into it based on how I like to do it. Okay, guys, I took the SOUN. It's over 6, so let's see if it can have a run here. What did I say the next high was? I think it was 637. 637 on the weekly chart. So I took the SOUN. This one broke a little bit over 6, so we'll see if that holds. Now, KZIA may not be completely dead. I mean, maybe if it gets, into the mid 40s, I might take a look at it again. Now, let's take a look. Did it open yet? It is not going to be a 5-minute halt unless it opens really soon here. So this could be a 10-minute halt. 10:01. I'm sorry. Yeah, 10:06:06. It should have opened if it was a 5-minute halt. So it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. It'll be at least a 10-minute halt. Usually they are multiples of 5. So now you see how that price is drifting down towards the halt price. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, now MEI is back up. So I want to see if I can take out that high, that 1280 high or so. I may get back in it. And let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it on that weekly chart again. So that was the stalling area, 1275. The next area, that's 1273. So if we can get through this again, then 1467. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1467 if it takes out that 1275, 1276 area, but that is the next high on the weekly chart. So definitely have to keep an eye on that. If it takes out any, I might put an alert around 1285. See if it can really see if it can really clear that. And this is not a low float, not a high float, 34 million in the float. Boy, the gap continue. I have not been able to follow too many of them. There's been a lot today. Remember yesterday we hardly had any all day, and now look at today. What a difference! Almost too many. I'm gonna have to on days like today. I might have to adjust my filters. Okay, MEI clearing. Okay, let me see. All right, let's see if it has some room now to keep running, get over that 13 level. Okay, so this one did not move. I'm going to stick an alert around 726 for QS and see if it moves later on. Okay, so this one just resumed, guys, and it burst through 450. So look at that. Wow. This is turning into the crazy one, guys. LCFY, but look how volatile it is. I got up to 553, pulled all the way back down to 460. Low float, 1 million in the float. I can't see any news on it. I think, William, you looked also. I cannot see any news on the LCFY. other than it's a low float. Don't even have a flag for this one. Where are they out of? Looks like it. Yeah, where are they out of? Anybody know? Have no profile on them whatsoever. It's Australian. Okay, thank you. Well, that's I'm surprised we don't have the flag though, but hmm. Yeah, I took most of my S. Well, in fact, yeah, I'm out of it all now. The SOUN. I made a little on it. I got a little greedy. See if it pops over 7 again, or sorry, 6 again. I don't know if it's moving because of the market, but the market is moving down now. This one's got some room, guys. MRVI. What's the volume like? Good volume. MRVI has got some room. Looking left on the weekly chart, 861. So it's at 806 right now. It's got some room. LCFY. Come on. I'm willing MEI to pop through 13. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, MEI, you're through 13. Can you hold 13 and really move? Remember now, 14 something is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, a little bit spready now. Come on, hold 13. Okay, Jawan, sorry, Jawan. Yeah, you're going to have to, I guess there's a limitation number of characters you can put in to YouTube. So you'll have to continue. Okay, I can show you how to do that. If you just let me, okay, it's 10:16. If you can give me like 4 or 5 minutes, okay, I'm going to go through my home page and then I'll show you in the user guide how you can do it, but I will demonstrate it, okay? Meanwhile, NTRP, what did it do? NTRP, it opened, okay, so it opened below. The LCFY just gone absolutely ballistic. Doggone it. Oh, well, this is the crazy one today, guys. 182% now. All right, on my home page, this is what you're going to find, okay? So if you can just hang on with your multi-strategy window question, okay, I will get to it, all right? Meanwhile, the LCFY just got halted again, guys, on the way up. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a promo code you can use for a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, use my promo code if you're going to take on a subscription, whatever that is, coming to my homepage. This code, of course, can change from time to time. Taking out a subscription using my code helps to keep these rooms free. It's as simple as that, okay? The rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the rooms free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do that get started. 10 short videos, download and install. First startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos covering the major aspects of trade ideas. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. All free, a series of videos starting off as basic as you can get. The first one I think starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click here for education. Okay, here is our user guide. So, Joanne, you can take a look at this right now if you want. I will demonstrate it, but you can take a look at this right now. So in the user guide, here's the getting started. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Here is the M window. So if you click on, this will show you how you can do it. I will demonstrate it, but as a guide, a source, because you may forget. Maybe you'll do it today, and then maybe you want to do one next week, and you've forgotten. It's in the guide under M window. Okay. Stock racing. Here's the three stocks that I'm, or the three races that I'm sharing. You can show. Well, these are the ones I'm sharing, constructed the way I like them. But of course, TI stock racing. This will show you how you can create your own race based on your own parameters. Okay. Price alerts, I use price alerts all the time. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks. So you can see there's a lot in the guide. You do not have to learn everything, of course. Like any other software program, there's a lot in it. Getting started series. So again, hammering the point home. You must do this first. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. Okay. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. So guys, I took myself out of the MEI. I'm going to see, I might get back in it again. I still have some faith in it that it might Again, I had a nice little gain in it, but and it dropped down under 13. That got me out. It may be market related too, though. You know, it should be trading on its own to a certain extent, seeing as how it is an earnings play. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, just scroll down and you click here. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So these are the three races that you see right here. Pulse resumes is over here. I do have my momentum scan on my other page. It's right here. And then I've got my, which is super active today, the gap continuation or a reverse scan. Okay, so I have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time. I would never do that. You'd have way too many alerts coming at you. Okay. Okay. Multi-strategy window. Are you? Can you still hear me? And can you see my screen? I'll show you how to do it. But again, you should consult the guide also. Just asking the question in our YouTube room. Okay, so first thing I do is, and you just basically repeat the steps. Okay, for every you can put only alert windows in. Okay, only alert windows. So I right click, collaborate, copy all. Okay, so now this link is copied. This scan is copied. Then I go to new from our toolbar, multi-strategy window. Click on multi-strategy window, popped on my other monitor. So mine is blank. Hopefully yours is blank too. So now all you do is this, right click, strategies, hover over, new strategy, keep hovering, collaborate, paste. I will do it again. So now it's pasted in. Okay. And then you just keep repeating it for every alert window. So again, you start off. I'll do another one. Right click, collaborate, copy all. Go back to your multi-strategy window, right click, hover over strategies, the box will pop up. Down to new strategy, over to collaborate, paste. And just keep doing it. Okay, now there are two in there. You can see right here, there are two of them in here, okay? And you just keep repeating for as many as you want. Only alert windows, no top list windows, okay? But again, it's in the guide. And then you can get into things like color coding it, okay? Which is what I do. This is a multi-strategy window. You can color code it. You don't have to, but I do. Okay, now, first of all, I should welcome anybody who's new to the room or new this week. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. Now, I am taking off a little bit earlier, usually anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, but William in our main room is keeping the main room open until 4 most days, no obligation. He doesn't have to. So I always like to confirm every day if he's going to. Okay, so you can head over to the main room when I take off at around 2:30. The YouTube room I do have to shut down. So what is true? Wow, look at this LCF. So this, I mean, guys, this is the crazy one, obviously. No action at all in the pre-market. We had no clue this was going to happen. And just unfortunate that, well, for me anyway, that it never got down below the original, that one of the halt price, well, the first halt price. Otherwise I would have taken it, but it just didn't do it. And, I just can't chase it. Anyway, let me explain what trade ideas is all about. So this is an example of an alert window. Okay, this is a scan. We are excellent at real-time alerting. Excellent. So if I right-click on this alert window and click on configure, and then click on summary, sometimes it takes a while. There we go, summary. So this is the screening aspect. There are a lot of screening programs out there, but what we can screen, of course, but this is where we are really, really, I think, just about the best in the business at doing real-time alerting. So in this particular scan, it's looking for prices between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's what happened with Remax at 10:27 plus 51 seconds. When it hit 885, that was a new high for the day, and it met all these filter requirements. That is what we are really, really good at. Okay, real-time alerting. So if you like this scan the way it is, okay, maybe you're going to do it again. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it, of course. It's on my home page. If you want to make changes, of course you can do that. So maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you don't like, maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you want to take something out you don't like. It's up to you. But if you like it the way it is, here it is. Okay. And it's on my home page. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. If I click on search this time, so you can see right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But if I keep scrolling, you can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. If I keep scrolling, boy, there's a lot happening, guys. If I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got, okay? So if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't fret. Don't think this is way too hard to learn the program, because don't think that you have to learn every single alert, real-time alert and filter that we've got. You don't have to. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters to satisfy, a lot of the different trading styles there are out there. So don't feel you have to learn them all. Personally, all I use is the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. I want a price range, the relative volume, a minimum volume, things like that. That doesn't mean that the rest of these ones that I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all that means. Your trading style may be very different from mine. And so you can take a look at some of these, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay. Speaking of Remax, guys, look what happened as I opened it. So 886, 893 now. Okay, give me one moment, guys. Is there anything happening with Remax today? This is not an earnings play, July 31st, but I think they are little preliminary action for its earnings release that happens on the 31st. Excuse me, I think they're doing a company. Well, maybe this is a full earnings release then. I'm sorry, that's MEI. I'm sorry, that is MEI, and it's not Remax. Sorry. MEI is an earnings release. Let me load it again. I want to see if Remax has any news today. Well, that's good to know. 86% of Canadians. I love this headline. Come on. 86% of Canadians like the quality of life in their neighborhoods, finds Remax Canada. Well, I sure like the quality of life in my neighborhood, but that's a funny headline. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so the races. Oh man, LCFY. Well, I'm not going to agonize about over it too much. So the races. So again, in our user guide, if you want to create your own races based on your own parameters, you can do so, of course. And this is all. Yes. Sorry, guys. I finally. Whew. Listen, the reason I'm hung up on MEI is what happened with the SGH yesterday. Okay, not too many earnings plays today, and I was ticked off on myself with the SGH, and so that's why I'm really concentrating. I know I got in, got out, got in, back in again, and I've taken some finally out again, or out. I'm not out everything. I want to see if it can really roll. It's got that room to about that 14 level. I'm not saying it's been easy, but I'm not in. No, I'm not in LCFY. I could not find an entry for me. Yeah, I know, Echo. I know. It's not. It hasn't been the easiest, but man, I got so ticked off on myself with the SGH yesterday. Not that MEI had to do anything like SGH yesterday, but there's still very few earnings plays. I mean, these are the only earnings scans or the only earnings plays that I've got that are coming through my scan. Okay, so next week is going to be very, very different. Whew, I have so much going on. I've got my gap continuation or reversal scan has just gone nuts today, and I have not been able to really follow it like I want to. So let me go over the races. Okay, let me go over the races. Again, you go to the guide. There's a section on TI stock races. You can create your own race based on your own parameters. Okay. So this is I'm running 4-minute races. And again, you can customize it to whatever time frame you want. I'm running 4-minute races. So I'm 2 minutes into this race. So right now, KZIA, it's only up a nickel, but it has moved 4.8% since the race started. Okay. MLGO has moved 2.9%, etc. Okay, these are the ones that are on the leaderboard right now. You can see what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you based on the number of based on the stocks that have won the most races today. So you can see that LCFY has won 5 races, MLGO 3, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list created. And that gives you a great way to focus on just a few stocks, okay? Especially if you're just starting out trading. But why are these stocks appearing? So if I right click on this race and open the top list, so again, you can create your own top list based on the parameters that you like. Because you'll notice that when I click on the top list, right click, it says launch real-time stock race. And that's how you can launch your own race based on your own parameters. So what is this looking for? What is this top list looking for? So if I click on the summary, if the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up 2% from yesterday's close, this top list will have those symbols in here that meet these requirements, okay? So that's great. Before we had races, this is how you would use a top list. So you can sort on any column header that you've got. So I'm going to sort on the change from the open. So you can see that LCFY, and I double left clicked. That's how I was able to sort. You can see that LCFY is up 215% from its opening print, opening trade of the day. LPA, which I have not looked at, is up 29%, etc. Here's our MEI up 17%. That's good. That might be interesting to know, but how are you going to use any of this to trade? Well, what the race does is, what if something down here, for instance, FGen, it's up 8% from its opening print, but what if FGen all of a sudden was just starting to really move? It doesn't. So the race doesn't care whether it's, one of the ones that are right at the top of this list. All it cares about is when the race starts is what is the one that is moving the most since the race started on a percentage basis. Okay. So again, right now, I mean, it's up only, I don't even know what dollar value it's up, but IN is up 1.99%, just being replaced by Y up 1.9%. You can see though, in this race here, you can see some amazing percentage moves. I guarantee you that when LCFY was moving, it was, moving like 20%, 30%. Okay. But that's the beauty of the race. The stock doesn't have to be near the, near the top when you sort it. It could be something that's really starting to move. You'd never be able to see that though. So the idea there you go. LCFY, since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, has moved 13%. And that's a great segue into this, because how you can use the race, because I'm basically a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. But watch what happens when I click on LCFY. It's not at the high of the day. It is pulled back. You might be a pullback player, okay? And maybe it's pulled back to a moving average that you like, or the VWAP or something. So you don't have to, you can click on the alerts at any point. You don't have to wait for the race to be over in order for you to click on it. Okay. So you start to see something move, just click on it and see what it's doing. Here's clove. This is a cannabis play, not a cannabis. I keep thinking this is a cannabis play, but it's not. Now, here, these two races, they're races, of course. They're the same in terms of they're being races. But what I did with these two is I added market cap. So that's why it's called large cap gainers from the start, large cap losers from the start of the race. So what I did was in these two, I added 500 million minimum market cap, plus a minimum of 50 million in the float. Consequently, you will not get, usually anyway, you will not get big percentage moves. Rarely are you going to get a 27% move in one of these large cappers, either on the way down or up. Doesn't mean these are bad, because they're not moving much. And in fact, if you're new to trading, this might be a better idea to do because they're not going to be as volatile. Wonderful, to be in one of these when they're really moving higher. Yeah. Look at MEI now, guys. Yes. Okay. You have no idea how much I beat myself up yesterday for not being in the SGH. And I said, I won't let it happen today. Now, I'm not saying the MEI has been super simple, but look at a 15-minute chart on it. And it has not won a race. Doesn't matter that it hasn't won a race, but on a 15-minute chart, there's been no red. Sorry, 3 Echo. You better mute me. I'm talking to 3 Echo in our YouTube room. So again, a top 10 list is also produced in no matter what race you're running. Okay, the top 10 list is produced for you, and now there's a top 10 list. Okay, so you can follow these all day long. Gives you some focus all day long. Click on WW, see what's happening. There's the VWAP at 118. Maybe it pulls back into it. But let's take one of these large cappers. Here's IREN. Pretty ugly. But what's happening is it pulled all the way back down here, and now is it doing anything? It's not on this list. Nope. But again, you might have looked at IREN. You can click on these alerts, even if they're not winning races anymore. You can click on, take a look at NTLA. Now, had it been pulling back, maybe it pulled back to the VWAP 2447. Yeah, I mean, it got, it actually looked like it pulled back into the VWAP area, and the VWAP kind of held, and it's moving. Now, this is why you have to have some trading experience, of course. And that's why we have a simulator where you can practice trading. Wow, look at this comeback. My guess is that I wonder if INMD showed up on the this was a gap down and reversal. Okay, guys. Any questions? Again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room at the same time. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up in something, I'll certainly let you know. But most of the time, I can answer. Now, if it's an accounting question, I cannot answer an accounting question, but I can certainly direct you to our accounting people. Bezavi, were you able to find out why you're not getting anything in your top lists? Talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room. Annette, you weren't able to give me that link. Okay, then I have an idea exactly what it is. Make sure, see, that's why all you have to do is tell me that. No, no, you don't probably have to send me the link. I can almost guarantee you why it's not happening. Okay, I'm going to open a top list. Okay, if I right click on it, okay, hopefully you're listening and you can see what I'm doing. If I right click on my top list and click on time frame, my guess is that you do not have live during market hours checked, because if it started working, I'm sorry, you don't have live always checked. I'm sorry. What you've got checked is live during market hours. Or, or if you do have that checked, do you have the relative volume filter? Are you using the relative volume filter? So that's a two possibilities. So can you see what I've done? First of all, do you have live always checked? Do you have live always checked? When you right click on your top list window, so right click on your top list window, go to time frame, it pops up. Do you have live always checked? So if I see another yes, that means you do have that checked. Okay, next step. Do you have when you click on configure, are you using the relative volume filter? Are you using the relative volume filter in the pre-market? Or are you using the relative volume filter? Do you have a value for the relative volume filter? Because if you're using the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you will not get any data in the pre-market. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, that is the reason. Because the relative volume filter prevents any data from coming in the pre-market. Okay. So what you can do, if you can remember, you can just get rid of it. Notice I don't have it, and I don't have it in my relative volume. My pre-market lists, top lists. I don't have it. Then if you want to add it, you can either create two top lists, one without, one with, or one without, or when the market opens, add it in. Up to you. Whew. This has been a frantic morning for me. I mean, look at the Hulse resumes loaded. My gap continuation or reversal loaded. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna keep. I want to keep an eye on some of them now. Oh man, MEI guys, I'm loving it. Okay, so LCFY is now right in the VWAP area, 733. It's at 722 right now. Will it hold it? If it gets over 750, that might be enough to hold it and act as support. And maybe, just maybe, it continues for a while. Maybe continues for a while. No guarantees, of course, but just look at the VWAP. Okay, I mean, again, it doesn't mean you're going to pile into the trade if it hits 750, but that to me would be a pretty significant area. But again, it's very, very, very risky and volatile. So always understand what your risk is going to be, where you're going to put a stop, because there's the VWAP at 733. I mean, the jury's still out about whether it really will hold it well. All right. Well, a little bit of a spread issue. Seven. Yeah. Wow. I mean, you know what? The spread got to me, guys. When I say got to me, it prevented me from taking that. The minute it looked pretty good at the 750, but I did not like the spread. And now, I'm glad, very glad I held off. And the spread, I mean, that's too much, 10 cents. Then it was even worse. It's sort of tightening up now, but that spread was even worse. And the spread, the difference between the bid and the ask. Okay, guys, what time is it right now? 10:53. Give me a couple of minutes just to sort of stretch a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, 3 Echo, mute me for a minute, okay, or for 10 seconds. MEI, guys. Okay, you can unmute me. You didn't mute me. I told you to mute me. All right, let's see how Conagra is doing. CAG, that's another earnings play, guys. Another earnings play. This is sort of interesting maybe on a short here. I mean, it's down. It popped up. It actually got positive, I think, at one point. Now, with this market doing this right now, I'm getting some like this. I'm getting some in my, the gap up and goes. I would probably pay more attention to the gap up and reverses right now. Yeah, look at DTC. I mean, again, no action at all in the pre-market. DTC, solo brands. Okay, 10:58. I should look at the excuse me, the economic calendar and see. All right, so we have Bostic talking at 11:30. That could be another catalyst for some kind of a market move. We've got at 1 o'clock another guy talking, Musalem talking. We have again, these are the Fed presidents. We have another bond auction at 1 o'clock, $22 billion 30-year bond auction. We've got a treasury statement at 2 o'clock. So we do have a few things upcoming in the economic calendar, that could affect the market. Okay, guys, I'm not going to completely give up on the QS for maybe a later trade. I'm looking at this right here. I think I have my alert set around 727. See if it takes it out later on. This is, you did have some news. Certainly had some news about a deal with Volkswagen. So this is the news. Volkswagen's battery unit, Power Co., will receive the license to mass produce cells based on QuantumScape technology. So obviously, I mean, that's no nonsense news. It's a big float. I mean, that's probably I mean, it's up 30%. That is a huge percentage pop based on that float, 364 million in the float. Yeah. So guys, I mean, I did, I backed off the I mean, it would have worked, but it was too erratic for me, the LCFY. Okay, VSFC. So this is trying to come back a bit here. I mean, it's only, well, it's up 49. I was going to say only up 49%. At one point, remember, this was up 343. This is pre-market, 7:30 Eastern time. It pulled all the way back down here. I mean, that's a big drop percentage-wise. Trying to come back a little bit here. So UN definitely was a disappointment. I thought, when it took out 6, but it's probably too tied into the market. It's kind of an AI, well, not kind of, it's an AI play. So I guess it's too tied into what the market's doing. It could not really trade on its own. Look, it's basically falling with the market. So up for the day, but What a morning. 11 o'clock already. So I'm going to confirm it'll be Steve taking over for me in our YouTube room. Now, that'll be between 12 and 1 when I take my break. No, I'm not in QS. No, Bezavi, I'm not in it. I have a price alert set above. I have a price alert set up in this area up here. If it gets up to about that 725 level later on. Okay, Bezavi, I'm going to say, yeah, I've got a price alert set at 725. Doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to take the trade. I just want to know if it hits it. Okay. But you have to have your own trading style and plan, right? Please don't. I know, I mean, I understand you want to understand what I may do, but I just want to know if it hits it. Okay. And if it hits it, then at least I know it hits it. Then I can make up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. Okay, just want to make sure you understand. Okay. Well, that's not a stop. That could be an entry. Whoa! Look what just popped up here, guys. Wonder if it win any races. I don't think it won any races that I can see, but LGVN just popped up. LGVN. This was a big one, of course, yesterday. LGVN. Okay, the reason why it's not going to win a race here is because it's still down for the day. Stocks have to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close, but this is now making a market high. Cover your ears, 3 Echo. So if you're in the MEI, okay, just be aware of the next high on that weekly chart. It's 1467. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high. That is a big wow. Almost I feel like doing my video right now. Okay, Tempur-Pedic or Tempur-Sealy now, TPX. This is making a nice little move. It's over the 200-day moving average. It is not affected by the market at all. Look at the market. We've been down now 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an hour. See, this is what I thought would happen when the CPI number came out. I thought this would more happen because I know you explained it, William, but in the past, as you know, the more people out of work is what the market liked. No, that's what the market liked, and so there were less people applying for employment insurance. And I thought that would actually drive the market down a bit. But anyway, but you did mention inflation, and but that's what I thought would happen. I thought this would happen more than that initial pop. Okay, guys, I have taken most of my MEI off. Okay, I thought it got up to that 1360 mark, 1370 mark, and getting closer and closer to that whole number. So I've taken most of it off now, holding on just to a piece, just in case it wants to have a bit of a late day run. Oh man, oh man, oh man, LCFY. That spread killed me. I just could not take that trade, and look at it now, almost at $10. So, guys, listen, I hope I didn't talk anybody out of doing it just because I didn't like the spread, because if you'd taken it, you would have done very well on it. But oh man. Now I've traded this, guys, okay, but I still have my core position. You guys were this was last week at 3150. I have traded it though many times, okay? I've been able to figure out a way to trade it. Most of the time I've been successful, at a couple of losses, but I've kept my core position at 3150. And this was just a wild hair, with that $90 price target and a bunch of the analysts putting big price targets on it. It had some decent news here. That's what popped it. And I thought, you know what? Why not? And remember, all this is on no news. This is an Australian stock. There it is now. There's the flag. For some reason, it wasn't showing up earlier. So there's an Australian stock. Did anybody see any news on it? I know you guys posted the. In fact, now we've got the business summary. Okay, last time I looked, no flag, no business summary. Had no idea, but I'm not sure if there was any news that was posted. I don't see any news on it from Interactive Brokers. I saw Lunar earlier, Tank. So some scan picked it up. You know what? I forgot to keep watching was the Dawn. I was watching. The Dawn's got all this room on the weekly chart. Set 1632. What's the volume like? It's okay. It's not great. 1.4 times normal. Okay. Oh, I have no idea, Theory Echo. I mean, my NRIX, I know it showed up somewhere. Not bad. I mean, 22. Well, it's okay. First of all, it's coming right into that next high on the daily chart, which is 2244, 2244. Yeah, it has earnings after hours. So I have no idea. It has earnings after hours, post market today, not pre market, unless, yeah, post market. I don't trade earnings at all. Okay. When I say that, I don't take a stock and hold it through earnings. Never, 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 never. So I have no idea if this is, popping because people think it's going to have good earnings after hours. I have no idea. But it's also coming into that little resistance, that high right there, 2244. Takes that out, and you can see on the weekly chart, that's the same. So that was 2 weeks ago high. Take a look at it on a monthly chart and see where it could go, I guess. Have to back it out quite a bit, I guess. So the monthly chart, next high on a monthly chart is 3052. So obviously it's got room on a monthly chart. Whether, its earnings after hours is going to be enough to pop it through and challenge, I have no idea. Well, with some of these moves here, like this SLDB, you'd never know the market was doing this. I mean, some of these moves are just unbelievable. Oh, well, I guess what you can say is that the VWAP held it. The VWAP was at what, 730, right? It was at 734, I think, because I put a price alert at 750. So it did hold it. It's just that the spread got absolutely terrible, and so it just kept me out of the trade. And now look at it. So I mean, this is why you got to be okay. Listen carefully. You got to be so careful on these. You cannot wander away from your computer even for like 10 seconds. So look what's happened with LCFY. It was at 1126 and now it's at 816 and it's halted on the way down. And let me just for fun go to a 1 minute chart and see how quickly that happened. Oops. Okay. So look how quickly this is a 1 minute chart, guys. Look how quickly that happened. I mean, this is a 1 minute. This could have been 10 seconds. I don't know. No, we don't have 10-second charts. But seriously, look how quickly that happened. 11:25 down to 8:30, just like that, a $3 drop. And as Draw says, well, you're gonna have a bathroom, but you're gonna have a bathroom break. I don't want to get too crude about it, but seriously, you cannot wander away from your computer when you're in any one of these low floaters. That's a great example. Wow. So it was 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds. Thanks, Ron. So yeah, less than 10 seconds that happened. I mean, you guys think I'm, exaggerate. Don't turn your head for like seconds on these. I mean, it can happen. And the problem is that you might say, okay, yeah, but I had to stop. Well, depending how many shares you had, you could have just blown right through that stop that you had. And maybe you got out, like, let's just say for argument's sake, you had 1,000 shares. You might have got out 10 shares, 50 shares, maybe. I mean, I don't know for sure, but because you might have a stop in, but it might have blown right through your stop, and you only get out a very minuscule amount. Well, I think it's good to nag sometimes about stuff like that. Tank. Seriously, I know somebody said, "Why do you keep talking about stuff like that?" We're grown ups. We'll put a stop in. Why do you keep telling us? Don't turn your head on these low floaters. Well, that's a great example. You look at MEI, guys. I'm not in it anymore, but it is right back up. Boy, strong stock. This is the good thing. This is the good side of not having very many earnings plays. There's not that many earnings plays to concentrate on. I mean, these are the only four that are meeting my filter requirements. I'm not saying there are other earnings plays, obviously, but meeting my filter requirements, these are the only four showing up. And there's the MEI, which is the only one that's positive. Now Delta is trying to come back. It has crawled off the bottom. Remember this, guys. So next week, maybe not next week, but the week after, this will be full. I wouldn't even if I extended this all the way down to my bottom of my 34-inch monitor, I would not be able to see all the alerts, all the earnings plays. So these ones, the large cap losers, what I'd be doing is taking a look at some of these, and a lot of them are moving down because of the market. Okay, so if the market ever stops, we had a slight respite right here from its downward move, but now we're putting in another big red candle. Okay, but if the market ever stops this today at some point and maybe has a little rally, a lot of these ones here could turn around because a lot of them are just moving with the market. Now, Delta, of course, is an earnings play, so it was moving on its own. But it's interesting that even though the market continues to move down, Delta has actually rallied off its bottom. Wow, here's a pretty good one. The gap up and go for KBH 71.39, and it got up to 72.77. That's a good one. That's right in the face of the market. This is, of course, a housing stock. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Give me about 5 minutes or so. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so this is a gap up and reversal. Okay, gap up and reverse. And let's see. I mean, the market is putting in maybe biggest red bar now of the day. Maybe if this continues down, I think it's bigger than that one. So let's see if a gap up and reverse. Yeah, you're right, LGVN, and it's probably yes. Okay, now it's going to show up here because it's now positive for the day. Okay, it has to. Yeah, it just has to be. I think it has to be 2%. Can't remember anymore. I think it's got to be up 2% minimum. Yeah, it has to be up at least 2%. So now LGVN will start to show up in this race here. Oh, okay. I have LGVN here, and I thought this was the headline for it that its target has been raised to $60. Come on, by Baird from 36, but that is for my longboard. It didn't have the LGVN. I thought, oh my gosh, I gotta do this also. Look at MEI. Wow. Time is it now? 11:29. I might do my video now. The videos don't take too long, so the thing I've got to be aware of now, though, is a financing maybe for LBPH. Potential financing coming up to take advantage of this run. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at a couple of other scans here. So I guess based on this, Tesla must be Tesla must be moving down a bit here. This is the short. So if you wanted to short Tesla, but you don't want to short the actual stock TSLA, you can buy this one. This will give you double the exposure. So Tesla must be what only up about 0.5% now, or down. I'm sorry, down 0.5%. I meant down 0.5%. As in Henry Wadsworth. We have a very educated trading room. Okay, guys. Wow. Oh, I wish I still had my MEI. But okay, how's LPA doing? I know that got halted. This is a crazy one. It got halted earlier. It got screamed higher here. What did it get halted at? Halted at 10, wow, 1080, at 1040, 1040. And what did it do? It popped up to 1178. For several weeks ago, it got up to, yes, it did, $529. Ridiculous, but it did. Oh, there's no question, Tank. Well, I saw this Y, 111 Inc. Okay, Y. This is a China stock. Saw this a lot earlier. All right, guys. So Steve says yes, he'll be taking over for me in about 25 minutes. Telling you guys, if Cowan ever puts a price target that looks really crazy on some stock, I'm going to take it. As long as the stock had some news, and that's, I'm talking about the LBPH, because they're the ones that started this whole thing with a $90 price target. So the next time Cowan says something like that, I'm going to really pay attention. As long as the stock has had some news. Now I'm going to be watching the go no go for potential setups. I found that later on in the day, once maybe a trend has been somewhat established, you can get some really nice setups from that from the go no go. Confirmation. That's what it does for me. Hopefully, it'll be available next week. See, this is how it kind of works. Okay, so I'm not saying I would take this one necessarily, but this is well, actually, I would. I mean, this is in the face of the market. So POR, you can see the blue is the strong trend. Okay, and then all of a sudden you get this color here, whatever you want to call it, cyan or pea green, as I call it, and then it changes to back to the strong light blue. That's your sign, your signal to potentially go long. Okay. So right at 44.33. So it's at 44.60 now. I have no idea how much further it's going to go, but that is the concept of it. Well, it won't be part of trade ideas in terms. So the question is, will it be part of trade ideas? Not as part of a standard or even the premium service. It will be an add-on, like the anchored VWAP. And the reason it is because it is not our technology. So we're licensing it from Go No Go. What do you mean? How about TrendSpider? What do you mean? How about TrendSpider? We've got nothing to do with TrendSpider. Ah, look at Nexi here, guys. Wow, look at Nexi. Look at this thing go. 1 million in the float. No action in the pre-market, really. And then all of a sudden, and I don't see any news on this one, NEXI. I don't see any news on it, but it's halted. It just got halted. Nexi just got halted. I see no news on it. Look at the volume, 2.2 million, 4.7 times normal. Yeah, there is a disconnect now. Now we're getting into, remember the last time I looked at this, no, there wasn't really that much of a change. Now we're getting a disconnect in the market, okay, with the Dow is up and the Nas is down. So value versus growth, a big disconnect right now. And of course, these guys don't care. I mean, these low floaters, things you see here, they don't give a rip about what the market's doing within reason. Well, let's see where this one could open. So again, blue screen from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There is your halt, 445. Can't see the symbol, but it is NEXI. Potential open, not really giving us much of a clue where it could open. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:44 plus 39 seconds. Even Beyond Meat's having a day. I mean, some of these, let's see if I can find a, oh, wow. It's a kind of a charting program, Parada, answering somebody in our YouTube room. Well, guys, okay. Just kind of biding my time right now, okay, until Steve shows up. I'm going to take a hard look at some of these ones, the continuation or reversals, and maybe some of these in the afternoon. Okay, let's see where this one resumed. And the answer is NEXI. So it didn't really pop up. Okay, maybe I get this one. Missed it. Missed it. Missed it. It met the requirements, but it was too quick for me. It actually dropped down a little bit below the 445, just a little bit, but it went too quickly for me. I was prepared too, but it just went. Oh well. Whew, boy, that anybody get it? Based on what I like to do, or did you just chase it? I mean, next, so now it's through the 200-day moving average. Also, NEXI, a lot of volume pouring in. No news. No news that I can see. Well, my rules dictated I should have taken it. I just couldn't get it. I'd be out most of it now, I'm sure, but boy, just put this one up, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, and it's tacked on 50 cents, SLDB. Now, this one could be interesting. NTST, it hasn't moved that much from here. NTST, where could this go? 1640, so it's above that high. The next high is, it's too close, 1656. Look at that high right there, 1656. For me, it's just too close. If it were, up here, 17, it'd be awesome. But I mean, it's just too close. And there's the 200-day moving average. So unfortunately, that my rules prevent me from taking it. That doesn't mean it could rip from here, but what did I say? So guys, if you look at a go no go, I mean, I'm just using this as an example, okay? You can see exactly what happened here. Now, the orange area is basically saying, don't try to trade it. There's no, we can't define a trend. And then this little break here is what was kind of key. So you can see how it's that light green, and then it turned blue here, and then from there, they're not all going to do this, but that could have been your entry around 38. They're not all going to do this. But for me, it's just sort of a bit of a confirmation. And what that orange does for me when I see it, when I click on an alert and I check that chart, it basically says don't try to trade it. There's no discernible way in which to trade this, either up or down. And then I apply my other rules, of course. If I look left, I don't care what it's telling me on the go no go. If I look left and I see, resist, well, the next high too close, I won't take the trade. I am pretty sure it will not be available, Torty. Well, let me ask you this. I mean, maybe you do, maybe you know or don't know. Is the anchored VWAP add-on, is that available? Because it'll be the same thing. Ooh, look at Nexi. But I'll ask. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm asking the question just in case. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, if you got a laptop somewhere, I mean, if you're using the web-based version, I mean, you only have one monitor probably, right? You're using on a laptop, or so if you've got an old PC somewhere, you should be using it. I'm talking to a Torty in our YouTube room. You should be using it with trade ideas, because I mean, it's just a little more robust. Okay, guys, it's 11:52. I'm getting set for my break. Yeah, so Michael Nossi answered that question, Torty, regarding go no go, and as he said, at some point, but not right away. So I don't know how long that would be. So what I'm going to do now is I will put the YouTube link into our main room, so you can head over and listen to Steve. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, and he also likes to talk a lot about the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart, which is right there. So it'll be interesting to see if this 10 SMA, this rising 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that blue line you see here, it'll be interesting to see if that acts as support. Well, Nexi, did it get halted again? No. So from that original halt at 445, it got all the way up to 614. It should be, I want to say, well, it's this month, Anton. Okay. It's definitely this month. The contest, I want to say, I don't think it's going to be the 15th, maybe the 22nd. So I don't think it's next week. I think it's going to be the 22nd. Okay. I don't have a definitive word. Okay. Don't have a definitive word as to when this when the new test drive or the test drive will start. All right, Grant Lagrange or Lagrange, depending where you are in the world. Okay, can you please show how to filter top percent gainers from the intraday low to intraday high rather than open to close? Okay, so that probably is going to require a custom formula. Now, so let me understand exactly what you mean. So here's the low, and I'll be taking off soon. Okay, so Steve might be able to help you, but I will be taking off soon. But I'll prep it for him. So, for instance, here is Nexi. Just give me a moment. It looks like the intraday low was at 199, and here is the intraday high at 630. So, what are you trying to do exactly? I mean, you can sort for stocks that are that change from the open. But what you want, so in other words, a change from the open, but you want to see what? You want to see the stocks that have, like, with the biggest difference between their opening print and their, or the low of the day versus and the high of the day. Okay, so it's okay. It seems like you're going to need a custom formula for that. Have you ever written one? Because we do have data points for that. And Steve might be able to help you. Okay, he's because I will be taking a break. Okay, but this is what it can look like, because we do have the data points for the low of the day and the high of the day. So if you've written one before, but I can give you this link, okay? But this is, so you could create a formula, today's high and today's low, T underscore high, T underscore low. You can subtract them, or you could, create the formula that'll show you the percent. But that is so we do have the data points, today's high and today's low, as expressed as a custom formula. Okay. Have you ever written a custom formula before? Okay, so hopefully, I think Steve will be able to help you, okay? Because he's going to be showing up in about 30 seconds or so. I have to get ready for my break, okay? But just ask him, because there it is. I can give you this link, but it can be done. For sure, it can be done, because we've got the data points for the high and the low. So it's just a matter of creating a formula around it, okay?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve, okay? Just give me one moment, okay?
Yeah. Hang on a second. Copy link.
Okay, first, number one, I just shut off my music. Number two, okay, guys, so I have put the YouTube link into the main room. Steve is there now. So you can head over and listen to Steve for his hour between 12 and 1. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. And now I can introduce you. So Steve Gomez is taking over for me between 12 and approximately 1 o'clock Eastern time. And Steve,
Yep.
So Grant is asking, we can do it, okay? It requires a custom formula. We have the data points for today's low and today's high.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if you want to do it for him, or he says he's never created one.
I am not good at custom formulas, and I wasn't. I know I told Grant to come in here, and I was going to show him something more like position and range. But if you think that a custom formula works better for that, then
well, he needs, because he wants to see. I mean, you can do position and range, and that'll give you a percent wherever it is compared to the high and the low, if that's all you want, Grant. But if you're actually looking, to be able to point to, like, as a data point, the high of the day and the low of the day, we can do it as a custom formula. So maybe that's all he needs. Maybe that's all he does need, is a position and range.
Yeah. That's what that's the direction I was going to go. If not, I'll have to steer him back to no, position and range would not give the list I need. Okay, so I wasn't. Well, first, Barry, go ahead and do what you got to do. And,
I've got a few things I want to do, so
no problem.
I'll try to be here 5-2. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
And so that was the direction I was going to take you in, Grant. But I am not an expert. I don't use custom formulas, and I'm not very good at helping. So let's see. What Barry mentioned, if we have the data points, basically I'm going to ask you to write back to info@trade-ideas, and either Chris or Stephanie, somebody be able to express that for you. But I'd be happy to show you in the meantime how to do it. I'm going to go into, let's see here. I'll just take you to the general idea of where you can do that in your account. Hang on one second. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not the one I want. Hang on a second. Let's see here. Okay. So I haven't done this in a while, especially under the new deal here. So if I go to click on that profile, account management, All right, this is the new account management, I believe. Let me just see. Symbol list. Okay, here we go. So once you get to the account, you've got this drop down menu up here. This is where we can do symbol lists. I'll just drop by here real quick. Just these are my different symbol lists, and I can add and remove directly from this web interface. Now we get to custom formulas. So this is basically your account. And you can see I do have some custom formulas, and those are the sources, but these have all been borrowed from somebody else or placed. So essentially what we can do is we can place this into your account, or if you write us, if you hang out for a second, Grant, let me see if I can get the attention of Michael to give me the expression, and then I can kind of show you what the actual source code would be to go in here. You could create a new one if you're able to hang out. Hold on a second. A reread here. Actually, I'm just going to copy and paste what you wrote. And if I can get like a back channel, okay, great, Grant. If I can get a back channel answer of what that actual formula would be, I could walk you through it. I'm going to copy and paste again, just so he sees the whole context. Because this is Michael, and he's the one who does our Market Explorer. He does the TI Strength and the anchored VWAP, and now he's doing the Ripster clouds. So he's the guy. All right. So yeah, just hang out, Grant, and we'll see if he writes back. If you have to go, again, it's info@trade-ideas, and you could just follow up and wait for a reply there. But this is going to be the steps you'd go through, going through your account, and then this menu here, custom formula, create a new formula, drop your source into there, give it the description, and it'll be assigned a U number. Let me show you one more thing before you go. See my red ball here? I've lost my focus, so I've got to go back to account. I've got to reset connection a couple times, get myself green again. There we go. So now my application is now loaded and running data again. Very important. So once you've got that in your account, I'll show you where you find it. The easiest way to find it, okay, he's not able to do it right now. The easiest way to find it when we do get it for you is in the search tab. If you just go all the way to the bottom, you see all the U's. These are all the ones that have been added. So your custom formulas will always default to the bottom of the list in our search. Or you can always search, for the number itself. Actually, you wouldn't search that. You'd search in the description. But that's where you're going to find it. And then from there, you can just use that as a filter and use the min-max. But we'll do our best to get that to you. It looks like you're going to have to write to us in email. And hopefully we'll get that to you, Michael. All right. So no worries. Great. All right. Thanks, Graham, for your patience. Hello. Was it Michael? How are you doing? How does the DOJI formula code work that you have? Oh, you must have saw something in there. It's a filter. Let me look. Let me go back and look. Let's do it directly, and let's see if we can do it directly in here. So Doji U7. I'm going to have to probably go to my account again to do that, which I'll do. We can look at the source code. You can tell I don't use it. So custom formulas, Doji. There's a couple in there. Okay, so absolute value, open. I don't even know what this means. However, however, what I can do is, being an admin, I can copy and paste and drop it in. And so that is the filter. And I believe what you do is you just put a one in. You put a one, yeah, because it's an absolute value. I think you just put a one in the minimum to turn it on, which would be true, which is why I have one in the format. So again, I'm not really good at those formulas. I don't use them, but that would be what you could experiment with, and then just put a one in the minimum and see. I didn't create that. I don't know why it's even in my account, but it's there. All right, bear with me here. Let me get set up. All right, so I took a crazy trade this morning. Market commentary. This is interesting. Yesterday, the IWM was in a giant wedge and it sprouted overnight. Basically, we had a giant bout of institutional money rotation into small caps overnight. You had to chase the open, and that's what it's all about today. So, in that respect, they're selling, Nvidia, and Apple, and technology, and all the things that were strong are being sold and rotating all morning. We've got a green candle, and the same with the S&P. So the ones that have been exploding and doing well, S&P 500 and NASDAQ, are giving it back today, at least in a breath. And they were due. We all knew they were due. Everybody was talking yesterday about the frothiness of the market. So small caps is the story today. I'm in a few. I've been in some of these AI plays for a couple of days. I got greedy, did not get hit. That blue line is pretty much where I was offering some CXAI from 3-day hold and didn't get hit. But Andy said, "You're patient, man." And I said, "Sometimes I am." So I'm forced to be today because I didn't get out. I really think it can get there. If it takes me another day, I'll wait it out. All right, you're welcome, Michael. Um, Also, BBAI sympathy play, small cap, getting some green candle love on this one at the moment. I think there's also some more upside on this one. The blue line, I'm literally offering up here. I'm looking left, and there's live orders to sell, and I don't mind doing that. That's a nice way to pay yourself when you're in a trade that's winning. When they're reaching up to grab your price, it just feels like a good exit, especially when you're focused on other things like a support or webinars. Um, AI, I picked this one up yesterday at the close and gave a lot back, but I'm going to sit with it and see how it closes. A lot of you have heard me say, as a swing trader, I want to see how the stock closes. I often regret punching out of a stock midday just because I'm mad there's 4 or 5 red candles staring at me. I've been sitting in GME, and I told myself, let's zoom in here so you can see what I'm seeing. I told myself I'll stay in this thing as long as GME game stays above the 50-day moving average. I think there's an interest. Okay, it's the best probably perspective I can get right there. And so I'm in the money, and I've been holding. I bought off the 50, and I've been holding this. So it's just been grinding higher. I have no pain. Yesterday, I attempted to close above the 20, but look at that giant rejection wick. I mean, there's still a lot of back and forth volatility, just the opposite of down here, a rejection buy wick down here. So getting a lot of convergence here of these 3 moving averages, and as long as the price stays above these moving averages, especially the 50, I'll stay in this one. So playing that one. What else am I doing? Oh, Patrick, I don't know if you're here. AG, I bought that yesterday. It slammed right into the 50-day moving average and obviously found sellers. There's something going on with silver. Look at Pana and silver. Pause was the one to be in. For some reason, this is the miner that people like. That's it. That's an explosive daily chart right there. There he is. Yep. I made a video. I've been trading around SMR and NNE. These are fun names. These are these nuclear, nanonuclear, modular nuclear. NNE, you have to play with very small size. It is a very small float. 15 million shares is not much. So it bounces around a lot. So you play with like 1/3 the normal size and just let it work for you. If this thing can explode back above the 5-day blue line here, I might add to it, but I don't want to get greedy. Just nice big pop of 30 is certainly in order possible, and I would take that and sell it as a day trade. And that's pretty much all I've got. I'm still in this one. This is a position investment. I'm not selling this one. It's actually doing what I want to see. Got added to the Russell microcap, so it's giving me a nice kind of a coiling consolidation with big ranges. So there's big swings on that one right now, but that little blip this morning, if we can pop back up and get above that, that'll resolve nicely on the day. And other than that, I've got my cash. I'm not doing too much because I just feel like, told Andy yesterday, they can pull the rug on these markets at any time. And if you were in technology stocks and didn't take your profits yesterday, you got hammered. So I'm kind of leaning on a lot of these small cap names. I'm hoping that the AI play becomes the next hot sector of the chat, the GPT, large language models. These are private companies, that basically contract with corporations to help them build an AI platform. And a lot of companies are realizing they better invest in this kind of stuff before they get left behind, us included. We're building out an AI platform for customer support, relations, marketing, etc. And we can build on top of that. All right, so whatever you guys want to talk about, that's my observations for the day. And I think it's not going to be a one-day wonder. I think it might follow through into tomorrow, even though NASDAQ has given back a lot today. It could be a day-and-a-half event where the IWM, the Russell 2000 stocks, the small caps are in favor until the market rotates into something else. I don't know, but I'm noticing here's another one. Silver mining stock, Coeur d'Alene Silver. Strong movement in the GDXs, like Patrick was talking about, mining stocks, big moves. But boy, Pan Am Silver was the one. This is what happens sometimes. I'll buy the lagger, and AG, First Majestic Silver, is obviously a lagger for a reason. I don't know what the deal is. Canadian company. Oh, I also have some HYMC. This is a crazy one. It's given back most of today, but it's a small, tiny cap miner with a low float. And I'm just kind of maybe looking for, this blue line up here, just maybe another day and a half, 2 days of push into the looming 50-day moving average. And I will be happy to take my profits and have surfed a nice little wave in my favor with hopefully not getting too complacent. Hopefully by the end of the day, these two names are back up in play. All right. Well, that was my opener. Whatever you guys want to talk about. If again, just like Grant did, if anybody needs help with something, visually is why we come here and do this. Delta Airlines had a big gap down on earnings. Thank you for reminding me, Pepe. I forgot to lock that in. Good call. There we go. Thank you, sir. Somehow I got, there we go. You scared me for a second. I thought I was showing my physician screen and my account number and all that. Thank you. Yeah, I got to talking and forgot to finish my up. I don't know if you're still with us, Grant, but I see your email and I'm forwarding that to the right people so they see that. Okay. All right. Can you overview? Sure. Great question, Niv Top. So probably looking at this one, pull back to the 10 SMA, and I'm expressing it here as you see in a tree map. Let's turn the tree map off, and it's essentially just the top list window. What are we looking for? Let's go under the hood and see what I'm configuring. There's a few filters in here. What's going on? Okay, minimum price 1. All right. Down on the day. So this is a contrarian indicator. That's why you're seeing them as red. These are down at least 1% on the day, and we express that by using the minimum 1% in the max column. So it's like a linear timeline or number line. And then here is how we really envelope and capture the moment in which we do want to see a new low. We want to see stocks that are down 1% on the day, but they're within 0.25% straddling each side. So I could literally tighten that up if I wanted to, because it's essentially like a 0.5% straddle there against the 10 SMA. Volume today, basically just show me 200,000 has traded. Very important here, change in the last 4 days, 4%. So over the last 10 days, the stock's been trending higher to the tune of at least 4%. And then give me stocks that aren't illiquid, things that have averaged at least 300,000 shares over that period. So with that simple setting, I get, now we have 3 names, and I can just turn on the tree map again, and we can start looking at these names. Exodus, well, it's in a downtrend for the most part, but it has been up 10 days in a row, so it satisfies that. When you look at it here, it almost, if you're a contrarian, and again, this is a contrarian type of a scan, right? We're not chasing, we're not chasing highs and lows. I'm sorry, we're not chasing highs and momentum. We are looking to bid in or grab areas that make sense. And on the 10-day simple moving average on the daily chart, we pulled back and we hit right into that. You could make a case for it. ASTS. Okay, now we're more in a higher trend type of a name. As you can see, it's been trending higher. It's been pulling off and bouncing off either the 10 SMA or the 20. And remember, the scan is looking for stocks that pull back to the 10. So you could make a case that this is an interesting bull flag pulling back to the 10 SMA on a strong stock over the last 10 days. Again, ANET, so another strong stock. Look at that. This is why I use this indicator, the 10 SMA. Look at those tests. 4 days in a row, it touched a strong stock pulling back and touching the 10-day rising SMA. That's all I'm looking for. So throughout the day, Niv Top, this thing will change and give me different names. Names will drop off and names will pop in, new ones. But it gives me a watch list of things in real time to try to do what you should be doing as a new trader, is not chasing new highs, but instead looking for strong stocks that are pulling back into areas that make sense. And so a couple things happen. When you start doing that, one of two things will happen. You'll either lose on the trade, it'll roll over and go back to lows, and guess what? You've got yourself a tight stop a small loser, a paper cut. Or it will bounce and start moving higher into the remainder of the day, and you'll feel like a champ. And you've had very little pain you've had to sit through, and you start to imprint on that feeling and that habit. And before you know it, that's the type of trader, that you want to emulate. You can certainly do it the way other traders do it. I mean, Barry does it extremely well. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with buying new highs, but Barry's finding the right stocks that have the right amount of relative volume and momentum and price levels and reasons to make a new high in momentum. I'm looking more at the daily chart. I'm more of an ebb and flow on the swing trading time frame. So there's no right or wrong time frame. There's no right or wrong method. But I'm saying if you're somebody who's constantly, here's a new name, FIP. If you're somebody who's looking to have smart contrarian entries that give you a chance, if you're wrong, to stay in the game, but also give you a chance to have a good entry and flip out, flip meaning sell, something like this starts to bounce over the next day and a half, guess what? You're looking at this line saying, this is where I start to pay myself. Whereas the new trader, or maybe the old you, was chasing these and making these your initial buy, only to be short-lived and drop back into the zone. So NIV top, that is the concept behind this scan and why I use it and why I have it. Why I'm happy to talk about. Okay, this is in a downtrend, not really that great. I could qualify this. We could easily qualify it and just say, 10-day change is still giving me stocks in downtrends. What about change in 20 days? Let's add that filter and say it's got to also be up, 6% in the last 20 days. So maybe that gives us more of it didn't change too much, but you can see how you would go about tweaking a filter to try and get rid of maybe a couple of those stocks that showed up as a downtrend when I'm in fact looking for more of an uptrend. What is my confirmation? So my confirmation would be probably switching to the intraday chart, like right here. And I'd start looking at levels and saying, okay, well, this was probably a stop level right there. And if I can get a confirmation, what would that be? Maybe that would be this one green candle right here. And maybe this level gets taken out by another green candle. Maybe I'd start to nibble, maybe 1/3 or 1/2 size. And then the next level of confirmation I'm looking for is this blue line up here, which would be the 5-day moving average, which would be kind of messy on the daily, but it's showing me more of a reversal. I use this 5-day moving average religiously on my 15-minute. So essentially, it's a good question. What I'm doing is I'm switching to the intraday. Here we're getting some green color here. So maybe if it takes out that level, 1166, even though it's still below some key averages, I get in. I put my toe in the water and I get in with 1/3 size or even half size. And if I'm wrong, there's my out right below. It's a very quick out. But if I'm right, I would add to it up here above that $12 level. And then ideally look to the daily chart and say, if it breaks out in the next couple of days, I'm a seller up here. I'm not a chaser. I'm a seller of something that I already picked up because the early bird gets, the breakfast. This indicator, by the way, is it's 130 periods. It's an SMA 130 on 15-minute chart. And that gives me a 5-day moving average perfectly in this, perspective. And if you're curious, I can share the actual chart settings with you or anybody that wants it. That would be the cloud code setting for it. So we're getting some more green here. So, maybe this is where you do it, but I would watch how it closes, and in a perfect world, you buy a little bit and then you watch how it closes. And at the end of the day, it's back near highs and it's closing near highs for the end of the day. That's when I would pile in my full size. Because again, the early person is going to get the bigger the rewards, the bigger the risk you take. And that's why people that start trading always gravitate to chasing new highs, because it doesn't feel risky. It doesn't feel like you're chasing what everybody wants, but in reality, I like to look back at the bigger picture and see that, yeah, everybody's been wanting this stock. They've been wanting it on pullbacks. So why not go with that pattern? All right. I'm glad that makes sense. Okay. Let's see what's going on. The CXAI is not helping me out. Not at all. I might have overstayed my welcome and I'll have to sit in this thing for an extra couple days. Maybe. I don't know. BDAI, however, is not as bad. It's playing catch up. Now I have some hard stops in some of these names. I've got a hard stop in this NNE. It's right about here. Let's see. It's the hard stop in NNE is 64. Yep. I will do that midday. I will not do it on the open. I will not use hard stops on the open, but midday, if I just want to define my risk and say this thing is so squirrely that if it rolls back over to new lows, I don't want any part of it. So I can't be looking at it. And the only other orders I have are target limit sell orders for a profit, for a target profit. So I can turn my head on that thing and not have to worry about it midday. Ideally, I'd like to see it recover. You see how this 5-day moving average came into play that I was just talking about? But it's being pinched from the 10 SMA that I also use. So eventually this might resolve. I'd like to see it resolve in this fashion. But if it resolves in this fashion, I'll be right there getting stopped out quickly. Might even move that up a little bit to just under 26. I think I am. I think I'm going to move that up now that I've gotten a lot more data. So let's see. I'll take my stop, change it, move it up into the 80s. There. Again, it's just me thinking, okay, if small caps are going to be in favor today and probably tomorrow with this big breakout gap, breakaway gap, maybe AI is going to be the next sector, because sometimes you get these small cap sectors that just go nuts, whether it's alternative energy or EVs or LiDAR, and people start picking through the second and third tier stocks that are small caps that are in that technology space. Well, I'm kind of thinking AI might be that next play. So I've got a lot of faith and hope that these horrible downtrending stocks I'm in, picking bottoms in, will actually do something for a couple days, and then I'll get out. I'm not asking for the world. I didn't talk about what Andy showed me. I was on the cusp of talking about it. I was thinking about SQQs this morning, but I didn't. I followed Andy into AAPD. It's the inverse of Apple. And it got a nice bounce, ran smack into that. So if we look at Apple, the underlying, kind of the same thing. I just feel like this is going to be more than a one-day event. If this is a one-day event, then I've seen it all, but whatever. So in that respect, Patrick, I do have a little bit of short exposure in another account, the Apple inverse. I bought it down here at 1660, and we still have a lot of time in the day. We don't know what could happen. Seeing some of these silver stocks lifting up again. Hopefully it takes my AG back higher. But fully expect when these things, and that's why I'm sitting in CXAI, because this blue line, this 50-day moving average, I just feel like CXAI is destined for it at some point. BBAI, I believe, got through its. We'll see. HYMC would be another one that I would take profits at the 50. I'm not asking for much. Just a relief bounce that I can trade out of. There's that NNE again. Qs have kind of shown their true color. They blew through their 5-day moving average with not much fight. Big crossover there. And so I think we get a little midday drift, Patrick, probably a little midday drift back up to 495. That could be a place to fade them. And then maybe a target of like that on the daily and still be in a beautiful trend on the daily. But you don't want to stick around and overstay your welcome short on a nice trending chart like that. Because you're asking for a lot if you get greedy. That's what I need in NNE. A little pop. Big spread now, stock. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to grab something to drink. Be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? What do you want to look at? We can look at charts. Kind of showed you what I'm in. SMR is the other one. Can't kill this thing either. Look at this. Just exploding. This is the one that I was getting murdered in live, and I was so mad. Some of you guys were there. I was cussing and everything. It was this day right here. And all that turned out to be was a headline that was just designed to pull it back, I think, and in hindsight, allowed somebody to get in. You know, so be it to say somebody out there can't pay a newsletter writer to write a bad story. You get a day of panic. So since then, I have gotten my pound of flesh out of this thing, let me tell you, just as a simple trade around it by doing what I was talking about, leaning on these pullbacks, watching. And then when I felt like the reversal was in place, I'd jump back in and sit for a couple of days and dish it back out. And with NNE, it's the same. Again, this is a specialty specialty niche technology, nanonuclear, small modular reactor, SMR. I think these things are on the radar to help power, like NVIDIA powered the processing. Well, what powers the processors? Energy. And these things are very energy intensive. So some of these data centers just might be investing in this new modular technology, which brings nuclear on site. And like I said, that's where the small caps start to go nuts as they get wind of a certain, whether it's chat GPT type AI stuff or what else. But these have been strong stocks to trade around in. All right, I'll be here another 15 minutes or so. So whatever you guys want to talk about, especially if you were sent here by support, let me know if you need to see something. That's what I want to see over there on NNE for sure. Bids starting to step up, and there's a half a dollar spread right now. There's only 15 million shares in the float, so it can move around quickly. This was a name I was in because of the short float, and I gave up on it. That's a nice breakout too. It's too bad. It's just too bad it couldn't go when I was in it. But I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to jump in here when it's up 7% on the day, even though it looks like it wants to go test highs. Speaking of highs, it'd be nice if this thing could go to highs, because I would be selling some at 30, more than likely. For now, I'll just put a price alert in there just to let me know later in the day if it gets there. I probably want to sell some. Who asked me earlier? Nivtop asked me earlier, well, how do you know if it's ready to reverse or buy off this thing? Well, ANET's on the scan here, and I would switch to midday. And midday, it's trying to start building a base above this declining 10 SMA. That's step number one, which would be right there, which it's doing. And then step number two would be get above those. And then by that point, you've got a full position, hopefully. And on daily chart, you're selling into strength. Just like you did back here. If you were patient, and then you got this day, right as you cleared those highs, you being a seller, you're able to take a good profit. So you're just trying to time the jump rope and not get wiggled out too soon, which is easy to happen. And that's why I try to wait for the end of the day before I make, critical decisions, whether to keep something or add to it or cut it. Not really doing a whole lot midday here. I'm just kind of managing the stuff I brought home. Would like to see this AG turn and go back to highs, though. All these other silver mining stocks are really kicking butt today, but mine is lagging. But I want want to see is a close above that 50-day, like that. Be nice. Then I can feel safe of staying in this thing another day. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell. I'm going to put an order in to sell all of it. Just I'll take the whole thing, all of and any. If it wants to go to 30, it has to go through me at $29.99. So I'll set it and forget it, and I'll move this up to remind me if it fails, I need to get out. But I can turn my head on this thing, and it can do it in lightning fast. And before you know it, you go to sell it, you don't have that price. So you try to stay ahead of the price and just put it out there. All right, guys, whatever you want to talk about. Look, Grant, if you're still there, they're trying to work on your request. We got more than one person working on it, which is good. So they should be replying to you at some point. So if there's anybody else here that needs something before I leave in 10 minutes, let me know. This is my short squeeze scan. Anything on here is going to be having a good day, but also has a high short float. And it's not surprising to see a lot of names on there. Can't chase everything, but these are all at least starting off with a high percentage of short floats, which is one of the reasons I'm mad that that TRUP went without me. Hey there, Echo. Um, I haven't used it in the longest time, the green bar ignore, red bar ignore, but that's not to say that they're not valuable. Like I would do like an RBI 15 minute, and got to let these things run though. And I don't have them running to show you examples of ones that have come through. I'm running out of time, but no, I think they're a fantastic on a day like today when things are really trending. These can be fantastic momentum tools, and we've built a lot of things, and there's a lot of ideas that have come to us, and it's just hard to follow everything. But this is definitely a valuable, legitimate scan, in my opinion. Um, just for confirmation that you're still in a good trade, or for taking those trades. And when the signal comes, just think, if you're, especially like if they have a high short float, and you start to put yourself in the shoes of the other short who's losing money as the stock goes higher on the red bar ignored, and each new green bar that starts to build on top of a red bar, forces them to possibly have to panic and cover. Let's see, RBI, red bar ignore. Yeah, so from there, there's not much you can do other than customizing and minimum volume today, etc. But you can set these up. They just have to run, and you have to let them kind of marinate on the day. I would suggest, try them tomorrow. Turn them on and set up those minimum volume threshold and price and things like that, and then just watch them. And after, an hour and a half or so, you start to see some interesting trends develop. Brand Shannon told me about this TGTX, and I'm not a big fan of pharma, but boy, he nailed this one in his personal account. I know him. He's probably now thinking he could have made more if he just stayed in all of it, but that's how it goes. Pretty good reversal in that CXAI, but we still have a couple hours in the day. All right, Echo, I'm glad that you were able to hear that and receive that. BBI has not run as much as CXAI. We're not getting any bounce in that one either. That's because the NASDAQ wants to roll back over. So a short Apple trade will probably work well. But the other stuff I have are going to be under pressure. I'm staying in this one. It can stay above this 27.35. But this thing can be crazy. So the general markets are getting weak. What about the Russell? Is the Russell 2000? Russell 2000 is just kind of hanging out up there. So in my thinking, small caps shouldn't be getting hit too bad, but stocks like, NVIDIA and Tesla and AMD, Apple, they're getting slammed. Barry.
Steve. Hey, Steve, take a look at MEI. I'm hopefully you took a look at that one and how you're jammed down to the 10 SMA on the 15
Yeah.
health. I'm using pre-market data, but if you look at what I have, MEI, that's an AI alert today, a spectacular one.
Right. It did. It held it. Let's look left and see where it wanted to go. Still has some upside, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This was a great one. We had an alert at $12, and it's an earnings play. But I was just before I took my break because right at noon, the candle I've got anyway, the 15-minute candle was sort of into it. The next one was into it, and then it never broke.
Nope, never broke. And even if it breaks, my rule is to wait for it to close before you decide what to do with it. Yeah.
Right.
So, good stuff.
So I can take over for you if you want right now, if you do want.
Yeah, I will. I'll take you up on that stretch.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
You didn't pull anything?
No, not yet, but
okay.
Good.
Okay, Steve, thanks so much again.
All right. You got it. See you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Hey, guys, let me get my... Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Just got to get my music going. And get rid of the... So, 3 Echo, if you're talking to me, I don't know if you, Steve, answer. I don't either. I don't use the RBI GBI. Not enough filters that I can put on it. So Grant, are you still in the room? I think I have a formula for you that you can use if you're still in the room. Okay, Monita. Just give me a moment to feed my cat. Okay. So Grant, I don't know if you're still in the room because I do think I have a formula that you could use. Show you how to do it. All right, guys. Let's see. Anything happening? So the QS for me still is potentially in play. It gets up to that 725 area. The AI alert was at 720, so I'm just waiting to see if I can get over that and maybe give some clearance because it does have, it did get up to almost $8 in the pre-market. No, it's not a beer. Yeah, what a shame is right. Funny, it just froth up like a beer. I've been sort of getting having about a half a Monster Energy a day. I know you health freaks probably going to go, no, 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 don't do that. But okay, guys, let's see. CYN. Let's see what it's doing. This was a big one in the pre-market. Got up to 744, all the way back down to 4. Dropped about $3. Trying to come back now. So I guess Grant is not in the in YouTube right now. Okay. You would have been proud of me, Pepe. I think it's not a hard formula, as you know, but okay. So the market now, so the Dow is now starting to catch up a little bit more to the Nas. The Nas is down. Nas is down a lot. Dow was up about 120 the last time I looked, but it is starting to fade also. Yeah, I think this would do it, right? Give me a moment. Wouldn't this do it? Expressed as a percent. That would be the biggest. That would show the difference between the high and the low expressed as a percent. I guess he's not there anymore though. Ah, okay. Okay, guys. MEI is still strong. Man, oh man. We were talking about that. Just as I relieved Steve about 5 minutes ago, we were talking about not this one. Should be. A little scan going here on my other monitor, guys. I might have to take a harder look at it. But look at the MEI. So we're talking about, he loves, if you're in YouTube with him, he loves his 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. And look how it held. Just as I was taking my break, I was wondering if this would hold and act like support, and it certainly did. So his idea, of course, is not you don't get out of the trade unless the candle closes below. Okay, I see that. I see a couple just resumed. I see the eFresh, okay, got halted on the way down. VLCN halted on the way down. Whoa, Verona. I think the last time I saw this, it was under 19. VRNA, yeah, it was right around here. Look at Verona VRNA. SOI, is that from yesterday? I mean, I know it was a big one from yesterday in our AI. Is it a continuation? Yes, it is. Wow, should have been watching this one or should have had this one thumbnailed. A break over the hive yesterday would have been awesome. And that's SOI. Yeah. And Piper Sandler with coverage and only at $11. Come on, Piper. Make it a lot higher than that. But anyways, but in all seriousness, the theme I had yesterday, when I did yesterday's video, I talked about QURE. It wasn't so much that QURE was not an AI alert yesterday, but it was the day before, and it had great continuation. And so today, this is today's SOI, great continuation. People ask all the time, can you use the AI for swing trading? Well, you can. I mean, look at SOI. This closed really well yesterday. You could have made up your mind, said, okay, I don't mind holding this. Closed well, had room looking left. You could have held some. It depends where you're going to put your stop, but you could have held some. I don't know that it's going to do this today, of course, but a stock that closes well, that has room when you look left, you can make up your own mind if you want to hold it and swing it. You're right. So the 30-year bond came out and it's, I don't know, slightly negative, muted reaction so far. I haven't seen this one for a long time. The old Bullfrog AI Holdings, BFRG. I thought they had some announcement a long time ago, some kind of a, I don't know, some kind of a deal. with Johns Hopkins or something like that. A long time ago, though. Okay, guys. VSAT just showed up. I'm a little reluctant to go long anything unless it has really specific news, though. VSAT did show up as a gap up and go, but the next high is too close. So that basically takes it out of the equation for me. The next high is too close anyway. Stag. What is it on the next high on the weekly? 37.35. So we're above that. The next high in the weekly is 38.39, guys. So there is some room for Stag, actually. STAG, there's some room for Stag. Nice break on the daily over the 200-day moving average. They announced this was yesterday, dividends. I like this one. What, Potsy from Happy Days, William? See if they get that one. Okay. Oh man, guys. Okay. Yeah, I've taken the Stag. This is a bit of a test for me. Okay, taking the Stag here. Not very many shares. I just want to sort of test this. I'm watching a lot of these, from here. Okay, a little change here, a little change in the color. There's the acre. Would I take it? No, because the next high is too close. But well, actually 722. It's too close. But I'm just looking at these color changes. Ooh, I think that was the very, 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 very first series that came up with that. Or you meant Jump the Shark, right? I think that's the first series that came up with that concept. DSOP, haven't seen you in a long time. Exactly. That's what that's what we're talking about. Jump to Shark. I think that's the first one. I think that might have been the very, 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 very first series or expression. It came from that show. I think. I may be wrong. Well, guys, another new high for my little LPPH. Another now another one. Why don't I just put the $90 price target on it as my price alert? It's not halted. You're right. It's not halted. This is not a dynamic trade. The stag. Okay, it's not halted or anything like that. It's a test for me. Wow. See that little color change. Okay, here's a little color change right there. The trend has been up, 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 up. The little color change right there, 37, 36. So this is in the go no go charts. It's 90 from Baird, but sorry, it's 60 from Baird, but it's 90 from Cowan, Mr. Two. I'd have to dig that up, but I know it was, and I think it's CD Cowan. Okay, I think it's Cowan, or maybe not. Wait a minute, no, 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 no. It's I might be wrong about Cowan. It's maybe it's Piper Sandler. See if I can dig it up. So it was this week here. Okay, so that was when it had the news. Might not have been Cowan. It might have been Piper Sandler. No, no. It was Cantor Fitzgerald. I'm pretty sure it was Cantor Fitzgerald. One of somebody, with a reasonable name, we'll call it. It was, I think it was Cantor Fitzgerald. I just can't find it. I mean, we've got City. with a 45. That's not today. That is a while back. Here it is. I knew I was right. There we go. Cantor Fitzgerald. Reiterator the coverage with over 8 and a target of 90. And I never do this. Okay, I never do this. This is like what I used to do a long time ago before I had any program actually. Well, trade. I didn't have trade ideas. I was just kind of basing a lot on what I was reading and doesn't mean it's going to get there, as we all know. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but and had it not had that news, okay, I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just a matter of some guy out of nowhere saying, okay, we think this stock, the news looked pretty good to me from what I understand. So I thought, okay, take a shot. And as I said before, guys, if it goes to $90, you'll never hear from me again. Literally. Oh, I saw you posted something about that VCLN, and it's halted on the way down. Offering priced at the market, 365. Well, the IVP, which had a price, which had a financing at $1, it didn't matter at all. Now I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with the VLCN. Let's see how it opens. I guess. I know you're kind of kidding, but let's see how it opens. Right now, there's not a big clue. I mean, it's a little bit below, but it's certainly still above the financing price. 365. Better write that down. Okay, EVH now over 20, big number to get over, and 2018 next high looking left, it's right there. 2009, it's there. 2025 too close. 2094. So if it can get over 2025, it will have some room because then almost 21 is the next high. So I'll stick an alert around there and see if it does that. First of all, see if it gets to 2025. A lot of volume, 2.5 million, big float, but it's 3.8 times 8, 3.8 times normal volume. Okay, let me take a look at this stag again. I can't remember what I saw when I looked left. Yeah, that's right. I saw. Okay, so that's why I'm taking a chance. Well, chance. I'm not doing too much on it, but just because it's got the room looking left on the weekly chart, 38.39, volume is dwindled. But you know what? If it doesn't work, I mean, I'm out pretty soon. WDFC. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I wonder why do I not see the WD-40? Everybody knows WD-40. Anyway, I didn't see it because it's outside the price range that I trade. But yeah, wow, 250 down to 220. So guys, tomorrow, for instance, let's keep an eye on MEI. Okay, let's see if it has continuation on the weekly chart. Excuse me, on the weekly chart, it still has 1467. Man, on the off chance it can take that out, look left. I mean, 2165. So I will certainly be. I'll be watching MEI tomorrow, especially if it closes near the highs of the day. Okay, or the high of the day. Oof. Okay, guys, this has some room. PRTA actually has some room. PRTA showing up in the gap up and go. Okay, gap up and go. It has some room. It's over $20. You look left, and 2362 is the 2362. Now the volume isn't great, double normal, but it's not great. That's the issue. That's probably the issue. So what I might do with this one is I might have to up the minimum volume. Because I'm getting I'm getting too many alerts right now, and I'm sure I'm going to get a lot more once we get totally into earnings season. And there's Nexi, guys. Nexi just making a new high. Nexi just made a new high of the day. NEXI. Okay, so this resumed. VLCN resumed. Now, okay, this is a little more typical. So it's getting close to that financing price of 365. 365 is the financing price, so it's getting close to it. So let's see if it holds. Number one, let's see if it holds the that 365 and bounces off it. Huh. I'm surprised there are a ton of shorts available on this one. A ton of shorts. at Interactive Brokers. Anyway, 5.5 million. Or am I wrong? Wait a minute. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. This is a residual from another. Let me see if I get. I don't think there are any shorts available. It's from that's from another stock. I don't think there are shorts available for me. Yeah, none at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open until about 3:45 today. Okay, no earnings of note after hours, so he's not going to hang around till 4:05. Okay, so I will be taking off at around 2:30, and I'll say later if there are questions. But I'll take how much time? Another hour or so. But William will keep the main room open until 3:45 ish, as he says. Do I think that LGVN? I have no idea. Okay, I have zero idea. Understand this is a low float situation, 7 million in the float. I have no idea if it's a good. I mean, please, it's hard for me to answer a question like that because if I say no and then it's $10 tomorrow. If I say yes and then it's $2 tomorrow, but it's only 7 million in the float. Anything could happen. It's a bio. They could do a financing, which they did. Oh no, I'm sorry. The other one did, but no. So it's very hard for me to answer a question like that, Bezavi. You have to make up your own mind and things like that. Not a big swing trader. More than likely, I would not be doing it just because it is a little bio, but you have to make up your own mind. If you took this as a swing, where would you put a stop? Number one. Okay, where would you put your stop? At the low of today, 376. The high yesterday was 638. Yeah, if the right broker upgraded it to a $90 price target. Exactly. Well, if you have no idea where you're going to put a stop, then I would just forget about it. Okay. If you have no idea, remember, every trade you get into, you'll have to have a stop. Well, okay. I always have a stop. All right, guys. Let's see. Next, see another new high here. Or wow, look at that. $7, $6, just like that. Low float, 1 million in the float. Give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know if there's, I mean, William probably could answer a lot better than I can. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, when they do an offering, you'd like to think they try to do it. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, I have to call my wife. Just give me a moment, guys. Maybe William can, I think, William, if you want to answer that from Mike, if you don't mind, about the offering and all that. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, thank you, William, for answering that. Yeah, when a company does an offering, I mean, yeah, they usually you'll see somewhere they say we are we're authorized to sell some shares. It's usually a certain amount. People get really bent out of shape about that also, but it doesn't mean they're going to, but they have to do that ahead of time because they can't just do it. They can't just have these shares available on the day they want to do the financing. But you're absolutely right. Companies try, of course. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm out of the stag. Okay, I'm out of the stag. Companies try, of course, to have a financing at a higher price, and sometimes it just doesn't work that way. They try to take advantage. Like Nexi. Imagine if Nexi wanted to raise some money. Okay, well, it got as high as $7. You know, if they, I mean, obviously they would try. I'm not saying Nexi wants to raise money, but they would try to do it. Certainly higher than the 236 that it came from today. Usually it has to stay at a certain price for a while, because who's gonna do the financing? They're not going to probably do it on the very first day of a pop. They do have it ready. They've gone through the procedure of saying, we're, I don't know what the right term is anymore. I used to know all this a lot better. But they basically say, you know what, we are authorized now to sell share. They don't quite phrase it like this: sell shares if we want to, at a, in the future, sometime in the future. May never happen. But they should do that. Every company really should do that, because you never know if they want to raise money, and the timing is good, because it's not like you can say it. We want to do like authorize more shares, and it can happen, that day or even in the week. It takes a while. They got to do a filing, so it's worth companies' while to just have that. It's kind of like, just almost like insurance, in case it happens, they're there, and they can take advantage of some kind of a rapid increase in price. So now look at the VLCN, for instance. The VLCN is below. I mean, that's, I mean, they just couldn't. They would have loved to take advantage of it up here, but maybe they think, okay, we came up with some news, it's going to pop. Maybe afterwards they'll do a financing based on the news, and then maybe it'll move from there. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. But typically, when a company does a financing, typically it goes down to the financing price and even lower, because what happens is, of course, is that they're usually issuing shares. And so if you're a current shareholder, your position is being diluted with more shares out there. So that's typically what happens. But then you take a look at an IVP, which did a financing at $1, and look what happened. I mean, that's crazy. I've not seen anything quite like that before. And then, as William is saying, they include warrants, VLCN including warrants, which makes it harder to analyze. So when you say check on a shelf, you mean, I'm not sure I know what you mean. I mean, are you saying if they actually say they're going to, or if they've planned, or if they said, you know what, we're just in case? Okay, so you're talking about checking the SEC filings. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't, but I mean, I'm sure it is a good idea. I just don't have the time. And usually, if we're doing intraday trading, it's not as important, unless, of course, they do what my pet peeve of companies doing these financings during the day, during market hours. And it doesn't happen that often, but it happens enough that really ticks me off. Well, and that's the other thing, Tank. What was the one starts with an L? About 3 weeks ago, a month ago, company announces a financing. The price was, I don't know. Let's just say the price was $1.10, $1.20. They announce a financing at 65 cents or something. The stock goes down to 65 cents. They announce a financing. And then 3 days later, they canceled it and the stock just absolutely exploded. It was about a month ago. I think it started with the letter L. And we saw that a couple of times. So if you're a conspiracy theorist, you could say that, because look, the reason they canceled the financing is that they said, well, we don't think market conditions are strong enough or something to that effect. Well, look, in 3 days, nothing major happened. Okay. So if you're a conspiracy theorist, you announce a financing, drive the price down, buy a bunch of stocks cheaper, and then say, you know what, we're going to cancel the financing, and boom, the stock goes right back up again. And we're talking millions of shares were traded. Hmm. I'll bet you even Apple has, not that I've seen Apple raise money in a long time, but just seems fishy to me, Wiggle Boss, though, because their claim was market conditions. We don't think market conditions. You see that a lot with IPOs, a potential IPO coming out, and everybody think, okay, we're going to have an IPO, and then they might cancel it because they don't think market conditions. But to have a financing, say you're going to do a financing, and then 3 days later you cancel it, say because of market conditions. Anyway, that doesn't happen that often. I'm sure it started with the letter L, Tank. I'm pretty sure it started with the letter L. Just can't remember it. So just take a look at every company that starts with the letter L, and we'll find it under $2 now. Good one. Okay, I'm just got the word now about the test drive. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just getting a little more confirmation about the test drive and the contest. Okay, so it sounds like it's going to be a Friday to Friday with the contest included. Okay, in the middle, it sounds like it's going to be. Looks like it's going to start on the 19th, and it'll end. That's a Friday, and it'll end the following Friday. The contest will be on the Wednesday to Friday. I just want to get a little more confirmation about that. Um, you're probably not going to like it. Well, I don't know if you're going to like it or not, but I think what they're planning to do is only trade the AI alerts. It might be this one or the following month. One of them, anyway. But I don't know for sure. Don't have the details quite yet. And yeah, of course, when I say the AI alerts, I mean the symbols that show up in the AI. You don't have to trade them in the direction that the AI says. You don't, so it's not that you have to take them, right when the AI issues the alert. It's just a matter of trading the AI alerts any way you see fit. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm pretty much going to, unless something really astonishing happens, pretty much pack it in now in terms of trading. I certainly don't want to go long anything, not with the market doing this. I think that for the stag to have worked, market probably had to stop going down because I'm looking at this PRTA that looked pretty interesting also. Had a lot of room. No, it was another one, but even PRTA over 23 had some room. But I just think that the market is just not conducive right now to going long unless something's got some news specific to it. Yeah, guys, I'm just clicking on some alerts I'm getting on my other monitor, and I'm just not seeing anything that I really want to trade. Well, look at that KZI. It is now under, well, it's right at $1 now. Big flyer early on. I mean, it's still been pretty spectacular coming from 20 cents 2 days ago, getting up to $1.60. But has pulled all the way back down. So there's an example, little bio. I'm sure they would have loved to try to take advantage of doing some financing way up here if they could. All these bios are sort of desperate for money usually. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, Echo. Talking about the QS, doesn't look like it. I'd be watching this one tomorrow, though. I mean, that's pretty big news. Still up 26%. But the market is just not really rewarding. I mean, it's up 26%. So that, I guess, it's a big reward, I suppose. And with the Volkswagen news, the midday movers, Nvidia and Apple fall as investors flee mega cap tech. Conagra has been pretty steady from the lows. It's an earnings play, still down for the day, but it is really, it's really trying to get back up to at least even. And there's CAG. I mean, running completely counter to the market. And it's an earnings play for CAG. That will be something for William to answer, perhaps. Rule 144, why can't I sell my stock? I don't know. Who's your broker? I have no idea, Bus. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Rule 144. You mean you own stock in something and they're not allowing you to sell it? Maybe you're in the US, right? I have no idea. I don't know if that's I have no idea. Never happened to me. Yeah, you probably could Google that. So William just posted what he just did a Google search. Well, it didn't hit the stop, Bezavi. The stop is 657. So it has not taken it out either in the algo. That might do a profit save, whatever that is in that particular case. What frat? Tank, what frat? Out of curiosity. I'm an old geek. Delta Kappa Epsilon. Okay, guys. Of course, we used to just call it the Delta after Animal House. um, let's see. CERS. Let's take a look at CERS. I'm just not seeing anything that has a lot of room that I'm willing to even take a stab at going long. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to. Hmm. But Wiggle, why would they allow you to buy it if you didn't have? I mean, I know what you're saying. Anything's possible. Why would they allow you to? But why would I be allow you to buy the OTC stock and then say you can't sell it? Okay, guys, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. I will got another half an hour or so. So good time to ask questions. I'll go over my homepage one last time today. It was a wild morning. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, use my code. Use my code, whatever the code is. Go to my homepage. This changes, of course, sometimes, but use my code. That'll really help to keep these rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, which helps to keep them free. Get started. Must do that first. If you take out a subscription, download and install your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. New to trading, Trading 101, a free series of videos designed for you if you're new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it here. You'll get it before the markets open Monday morning. If you sign up and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans that I am currently sharing, okay? Here are the three races that you see right here, the top three. These are the three races. Halts resumes is over here. The momentum scan right here. And I might have to do an adjustment, maybe up the volume or something, getting too many alerts in the gap continuation or reversal scan. So I am sharing other scans that you can take a look at, of course. Probably the reason I haven't seen any of that rascal, and all because I haven't traded an OTC stock forever. In fact, I think I actually unsubscribed from it in Interactive Brokers. I think I did because I just, no interest. Maybe PDT, yeah. Depends on your account size, I guess. Sure. So you can see how news can really affect a stock. Look at MEI, news, earnings release. That's their news. It's done this. Here's the SPY, the market. MEI doesn't care. Right now, anyway, doesn't care what the market's doing. Yeah, what's the ticker? Let's take a look. What is the ticker? We can load it and just sort of see. I suppose this one might have a chance later. It might have a chance. It'll probably have to get it up to about 850, take out the highs of these two candles, get some volume coming in. Maybe it has a late day spurt, and that is the LCFY. No news that I could see. I don't think anybody posted any news on it. Only thing we know, it's an Australian company. And did not trade at all in the pre-market. I mean, Rumble's got some room, guys. RMBL, it does have some room on the weekly chart anyway. 474 is the next high. But look left on the daily chart, and yeah, there's too close. Too close for me anyway. Pepe, hear how my machine is just whispering along? Okay, guys. All right. Bank of Hawaii, BOH. So over the 200-day moving average. Yeah, 61.17. So it's got about $1 to the next high in the weekly chart. A little bit of a breakout here. Some volume came in actually. Some volume came in, BOH. I mean, it might be interesting. It's holding that 10 SMA. Is that the news, Casa? Working with Trupanion and Yext, LCFY. Was that the news on it? It's true. Oh, sorry, not Trupanion. TransUnion. Nope. Okay. I don't think I've really even seen this one. True TRU. TransUnion. Okay, guys, I'm going to say it one more time. Okay, so the MEI, please watch it tomorrow. I know I'm going to watch it tomorrow for sure. I want to see if it has a second day continuation of earnings. I mean, how strong is this in the face of what the market sort of bit of a sell off today? Though the Dow was up, it's basically the big tech stocks. They're doing all the selling, but this is a tech stock, I guess. But well, of course, it's a tech stock, but it had earnings, so it'll be very interesting to see tomorrow what happens to it because it's got a lot of room. I mean, the next high is 1467, and then after that, if it can ever take that out, I mean, look how much room it's got, 2165. I don't know what happened this week. I don't know if maybe that was might have been the last time it released earnings that particular week. Yeah, BOH had a little pop. Give me a moment, guys. Just arranging something in my other monitor. Okay, thank you, Casa. Okay, wow, things have really settled down here. I'm not seeing too much. What this Ford? I saw Ford. Oh man, I saw Ford earlier when it was over 6, and now look at it. Ford. Look at this. Oh, I know I saw it. I saw it because it got halted a few times. So it gets up to 830 and comes right back down, basically cut in half. So it looks like the banks are. I mean, there's Zion, and I saw BOH. Let's take a look at XLF, just out of curiosity. A couple of bank stocks moving to see if. Yeah, look at XLF. So the financials are doing actually okay. Comparatively speaking, there's XLF. So that's why I guess why I'm seeing BOH, and I just saw Zion. Credit Bureau. Thank you, John. I'm just looking at YouTube. All right, the QS CEO is on. Okay, thank you, Tank. Let's take a look at. So Tank says in our YouTube, in our main room, said that the QS CEO is on CNBC right now. Let's see if he says all the right things. That's probably the reason for the little bit of a pop up here. Huge volume, 67 million, 23 times normal. And we know it's a big float. It was 300 million or something. Yeah, 364 million in the float. But look at that volume, 23 times normal today, based on that news. Wait a moment, guys. Okay, I have the test drive and the contest dates. So I'm going to give you guys a link, okay? I'm sure the banners will come up next week. But here's a link. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, so I put in a link called the test drive, all right? And when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Hopefully this is still a valid link. No, it's not a valid link anymore. Ah, no, well, it's not a big deal because it's going to start next week, I think. Yeah, next Friday. Have to find out why that's not a valid link anymore. Well, all that was going to do was you would get you would just basically not pre-register, but you'll get notified exactly when it's going to start. But I think we are now. I'm just going to post this in. Okay, so you can see that the test drive starts next Friday, July the 19th, and it runs till Monday, July the 29th. So that'll give you 2 weekends also. Okay, the contest starts on July the 24th to the 26th, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to be cost $11.11. And the same thing probably for premium subscribers. You're automatically entered into the contest. Okay. But I will have a code and all that next week. I'm sure that you can sign up, that you'll be able to sign up for it. You know what, Rich? I'm going to give you something that I think is a little bit better. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the stocks like this, but I think I'm going to give you something that you'll like better. You can hear me? Okay. So, at least in my opinion, I want to show you what it looks like. Okay. Now, don't go, but you see what you can do. So, these are all headers that you can put in yourself. Okay. And these are just filters. And I put a lot of filters in here. And now what you do is this. Right click, configure, and symbol list. Now here's where you put your single symbol in, okay? Give me one that you care about. Let's do MEI, just out of curiosity, okay? We're gonna go MEI. I'm gonna say okay. And every time I want the alert to be the new high of the day. Okay, I'll do Uber. I'll do Uber for you. The reason this is, I think, better is because you don't have to, it's not going to do every 5 minutes. It's going to give you, now, of course, the trick will be what trigger do you want to use? I'm going to put the new high. I don't know if Uber made a new high at all today, but let's do a history. Okay. So at 12, I don't know about the heartbeat. I don't know about the heartbeat. I've never tried the heartbeat. I'll try, but you can see what's happened. Okay. There, okay, trigger minute, but you could do maybe a new 5 minute high or something. But you can see why this is kind of cool because now this is telling you, no, you don't have to wait 5 minutes. It's at, 140, 50. I mean, as the trigger happens, you can see all the values. And these are all, I mean, you don't have to have all of these columns, but there's a ton of columns that I put in here. But you can see exactly what happened, what the server saw, what the servers saw at each one of these columns. But you can, this is customizable. You can get rid of a lot of these or add some filters that are interesting to you. I just like this because, you don't have to, it's not every 5 minutes. But I'll try the heartbeat. I have no idea what the heartbeat's going to do. Where is the heartbeat? I don't even know how to find it. Just okay, there's the heartbeat. But you can see what it's doing. It's every 5 minutes. Okay, and you cannot change that. It's every 5 minutes. I mean, if that's what you want to do, you can do it, but that's every 5 minutes. The other one, but this is not really a trigger. As Pepe says, it'll just tell you what the values are every 5 minutes. Now, for different triggers, well, I don't know if I've overcomplicated it for you. When I used to do this sort of thing, this is I put this together for me. Okay, when I used to do this sort of thing, I don't do it anymore. But if you for a different trigger, you just put give me a moment. Select the alerts. So if I say I wanted a new 5-minute high, 5-minute high, add the alert, check that instead of the heartbeat, and now it's going to tell me, every 5-minute high. Okay, well, here's 139. Here's 139. And here's 132. Guys, here we go. Here's the LCFY. It may have that late day run. Okay, can you see? So there's Uber at 11:38. Well, I've got 11:39 and 2. Okay, is that close enough? That it made a new 5-minute high. And then you can see all the values. Interesting. The relative volume was only 0.8. See how it increased? Right from there. Maybe that's what you're looking at. How it increased. I can share it absolutely. And again, if you're, I don't know, what level of a trade ideas user you are, but these are just column headers. Okay, filters. Premium, okay. Well, but okay, if you're a premium user, I guess I'm talking about your experience using trade ideas. So these are just column headers. So if I right click and configure, and if I wanted to get rid of some of these columns, of course I could just go in here, or I could add a column that you're interested in to see what the value was. Okay, you got all that? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, so so all you have to do then, I can certainly give it to you. You just do a history. There's the real time Uber on a 5-minute. But you can pick whatever trigger you want, new high of the day or new 5-minute high, whatever trigger, or the heartbeat. But the heartbeat's only going to give you the information every 5 minutes. You saw how close this got to the 39. You wanted 11:38. Well, at least it got to 11:39. So then all you have to do to change symbols is configure. If you want to do it on some other symbol later on another date, just click on the symbol list and there's a drop down, single symbol, and put the symbol in. I don't think they did lose it, but I just like this better because the stock like this, I think only gives you every 5 minutes. And plus it's, this is customizable. Then you can see the headers that you want. Where a stock like this, it's just a whole page. It's up to you. I don't think they lost the page, but I'll give you this. You can play around with it if you like. So if it's only every 5 minutes, that's why I like this, because it's basically depending on the trigger you use. But here it is. You can take a look at it. Let me just get rid of it. And this is the history, but you can just, I'm just going to share it. You're just going to get it to real time or keep it in history. Now, I'm sure that Pepe has a link for the stocks like this. If the old one, I don't know where it is anymore. But if you're a user of Trade Ideas, I think that this is, I think you'll like this better. Not just because I made it, but this, and for those of you wondering what this is all about, this is a way in which you can say, okay, I want to find stocks that maybe in the future look like LCFY, right here. Okay. What was LCFY doing? What filter values were happening within Trade Ideas when LCFY was doing this, as an example? Okay. Let's just do it. We're going to get a lot on the because this was making a lot of new highs. Let's just see what we get here. Now we do the history. And it's going to be loaded because this stock kept making new high after new high after new high after new high. So it might, well, here you go. So look, okay, let's see. So what we're trying to do right now, what happened right here at, what was the time? That was at 9:45. That's when it started. What were the values? Let me just keep scrolling down. See how nice this is though? Okay, so there's where it started, 9:45. There's where LCFY started to start making a move at only 200 shares. The gap was only 8 cents, 18 cents. But when it really started to ramp up, all of a sudden, I mean, even here, the shares, how could you trade this? Honestly, the share size, it didn't really get rolling in terms of volume. You might say right here at $4, 159,000 shares. You could say 50,000 shares. But this is what the server was seeing every time this kept making a new high. Relative volume was super high. And so the concept would be this. You could say, okay, what if I build a scan with, 32 relative volume? You start taking these filter values, use whatever filters you think are really, really relevant. Maybe the volume in the 5 minute. Look at the volume 5 minute percent. Huge. I wouldn't go overboard and put all these in because you'll go crazy. But probably the volume. It was the big volume spike that got it rolling, even though the volume itself wasn't that great, but the big volume spike. Anyway, that is the concept. And this is advanced. Okay. Obviously, this is advanced. If you're looking at this for the very first time, or you're a new user to trade ideas or wondering, you don't have to do this. Okay. Hey, 233. Okay, guys, any other questions? Yeah, and the bullfrog, the bullfrog. I know, Pepe. I know. I'm very proud of myself. Didn't have to. I was not muted when I was talking today. I think it's a first. Well, my wife. I hope it's not raining. She's on her way to Miami tonight. And you're not in Miami though, are you, Captain Para? You're not in Miami. Okay, so she's on her way to Miami tonight. We'll be there tomorrow, flying home back to Vancouver. She was in Denver all week, and now she's flying to Miami tonight. Back on Friday. Okay, so CD. So there is the. If you want to go back and use the stocks like this, thank you, CD None. So if you go to the support questions, Rich, if you'd rather, there is there is the original. There's this, guys. There's QS. Look at QS. Hmm. Well, it's, I mean, whatever he said, I guess, on CNBC. Let me see. The market's reacting okay. But I'm out of here, guys. So have a great evening. Thanks a lot again for all the help. And I'll put the link to get into. I guess actually I should do it from my homepage. Okay. Somebody said this morning it didn't seem to work, but so guys, if you're in YouTube right now and you click on my homepage link, you want to get into the trading room. Here it is. Okay. And that's the main room. William will keep it open until around 3:45. So there's the link to get into the trading room. So there you go. And I will put myself now on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys, or I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Stopping the screen sharing now in the main room. And now muting myself in the main room. And now for you people who are left in YouTube, I have to shut you guys down.